office in this country the spirit of charity and justice, that they may be in all things walk before thee with steadfast purpose and a single heart, and faithfully served in their several offices, through Jesus Christ, O Lord. Amen. O Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Most gracious God, author of all good things, we humbly beseech thee for the Parliament of Barbados, especially the Senate at this time assembled, that thou wouldest be pleased to direct and prosper all their counsels to the advancement of thy glory, the good of thy church, and the safety, honor, and welfare of our people. All this we ask in the name of Jesus Christ, our most blessed Lord and Savior. Amen. Amen. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all now and forevermore. Amen.
The Senate is in session.
Messages from Her Excellency the President.
Honourable Senators, I receive communication from Her Excellency the President to the Honourable the Senate, which reads as follows. Her Excellency the President wishes to inform the Honourable the Senate that, on the recommendation of the Prime Minister, under Section 3(1) of the Ombudsman Act, Cap 8A, she proposes to appoint Dr. Nigel Taylor, JPSCM, to the Office of Ombudsman, established by Section 2 of the said Act. Her Excellency further wishes to seek the approval of the Honourable the Senate for the proposed appointment pursuant to Section 3(2) of the said Act, signed by Her Excellency the President, 23rd May 2023.
Announcements by Your Honour.
Announcements. I have the minutes of our meeting held on Friday, 31st March 2023 to be confirmed. Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I beg to move the confirmation of the minutes of Friday, March 31st, 2023.
The question is that those minutes be confirmed. Honourable Senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meetings the ayes have it. Those minutes are confirmed. We have the minutes of our meeting held on Wednesday, May 17, 2023 to be deferred. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the minutes of the meeting held on Wednesday, May 17, 2023 be deferred.
The question is that those minutes be deferred. Honourable Senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it. Those minutes of our meeting on Wednesday, May 17th are deferred. Further announcements in relation to our sitting today. We have indications of excuses for absence from the following senators who are away on business. Senator Crystal Drakes, Senator Gregory Nichols, Senator Monique Tate, Senator Canon Dr. Rogers, Senator Mr. Jerome Walcott.
Presentation of petitions. Presentation of papers.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. Mr. President, I am commanded to lay the annual report and audited financial statements of the Fair Trading Commission for the period April 1, 2020 to March 31st, 2021. I'm also commanded to give notice of,
Reports from select committees, questions to ministers, request for leave to move the adjournment of the Senate on matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers or parliamentary secretaries, personal explanations, motions relating to the business or sitting of the Senate and moved by a minister.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move the suspension of standing orders 45-2 and 22-1 for the remainder of today's sitting.
The question is that standing orders 45-2 and 22-1 be suspended for the remainder of today's sitting. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it, those standing orders are accordingly suspended for the remainder of the sitting.
Introduction of bills.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I am commanded to give notice of and to move the first reading of the Water Reuse Bill 2023, Duties, Taxes, and Other Payments Exception Bill 2023, and also to give notice of the intent to pass a resolution for an address to be presented to Her Excellency the President approving the proposed appointment of Dr. Nigel Taylor, JP, SCM, to the Office of Ombudsman.
Bills in red first time.
The question is that the Water Reuse Bill 2023 and the Duties, Taxes, and Other Payments Exemption Bill 2023 be read the first time. All the senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it. Those bills are read the first time.
Order number 4, sir. Public business, order number 4.
Public business is now the order of the day.
In the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, which has been assigned to Senator Monroe Knight, to move the passing of a resolution that an address be presented to Her Excellency the President approving the proposed appointment of Dr. Nigel Taylor, JP, SCM, to the Office of Ombudsman.
Thank you very
Senator
much.
Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I beg to move the passing of a resolution that an address be presented to Her Excellency the President approving the proposed appointment of Dr. Nigel Taylor, JP, SCM, to the Office of Ombudsman. This is a matter before the Senate, and I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. All of the senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it, this resolution is therefore now passed concerning the appointment of the Ombudsman.
Order number 1, sir. Number 1, in the name of Senator Honorable Dr. Monroe Knight, to move the second reading of the Public Procurement Amendment Bill 2023.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President, for acknowledging me as I rise to lead the debate on the Public Procurement Amendment Bill 2023. Mr. President, when we talk about the issue of public procurement, what we are essentially talking about are the processes and systems that government uses in all the totality of government, including the state-owned enterprises, in order for it to be able to purchase goods, services, and works in order to fulfill its obligation to provide services to the public. Mr. President, public procurement is not necessarily a sexy subject. You don't hear people telling their children go to university and study public procurement. It is seen as very technical and very dry, and it only makes its way into the public domain once it becomes controversial. yeah? So we talk about it in the context of companies who may feel that they have been treated unfairly in terms of the awards of contracts, and we see it only in that very small context, again, of the way that government treats to acquiring the, as I said, the services, the goods, and the work that it needs. But I want to suggest, Mr. President, that public procurement is much more than that. Public procurement is actually a fundamental and very critical tool that governments can use in order to shape the nature of the society that it wants to build. It is an essential instrument, an essential policy instrument that can help spur economic growth, inclusion, and participation. Mr. President, if we look at the nature of public procurement, it is estimated that currently government public procurement is worth some 1.6 billion annually. Annually. That's a lot. And we ask ourselves the question of who gets those contracts? Under what conditions are they carrying out those contracts? We ask ourselves as well, Mr. President, how are people eligible to be able to get those contracts? How are we treating to the issues of fairness and transparency? All of those questions have to do with the design of the public procurement framework. And that, Mr. President, is why it is so important for us to pay attention to this whole issue of public procurement, regardless of the fact that sometimes we think it is an esoteric subject. In that context, Mr. President, I am suggesting that public procurement is not to be seen as a benign tool. As I said before, it is extremely critical to how government will shape its own policy agenda. If we take, for instance, the geriatric hospital, Mr. President, and we would have debated that previously in terms of government being able to treat to its elderly by the construction of a new geriatric hospital. And we ask ourselves the question, how are those contracts going to be awarded? And the nature of those contracts. It is not just the construction, Mr. President. There's plumbing, there's electrical that is involved. If you look at the operations, there have to be contracts even for uniforms, Mr. President. There have to be contracts to maintain the grounds. All of that falls within the ambit of what government will need to acquire in terms of services and goods in order to have the construction of the geriatric hospital. So it covers a wide plethora of things and services, as I said before. But the important point, Mr. President, is not only about the fact that public procurement is critical in the context of transparency, which is fundamental, and I'm not going to stress on it because I think that is something that we all appreciate, that having a good, strong, sound public procurement framework says to the Barbadian citizen that the government is paying attention to how it is spending government funds, taxpayers' funds, that it is paying attention to ensuring that people who are bidding for contracts are able to do so fairly, that there is an eligibility criteria that is known, and that the public can have confidence that the contracts that the governments will give will be done in a sound and fair way. And that is the transparency and accountability element, Mr. President, in the context of when we're talking about public procurement. And I would want to suggest that if we even look at Barbados' corruption index, which suggests that Barbados is still the least corrupt country within the Caribbean, and that is as of 2022, based on that corruption index, Mr. President. I want to say that again because oftentimes we get these public debates, but I want to suggest that this is an independent analysis of where Barbados stands. And I bring that up in the context is that certainly one of the indicators of the extent of the corruption has to do with the soundness of the procurement framework, Mr. President. I also want to suggest that current economic thought indicates that a strong, well-crafted, and relevant public procurement policy is critical to a country and an economy that is mission-focused. It is critical to a country and an economy that is mission-focused. Professor Mariama Mazzucato of the University College of London and the Institute for Innovation and Public Procurement, who is now seen as one of the foremost economic thinkers, argues that countries can no longer ignore the big fundamental questions, the big complex questions and challenges that are facing countries. And that is more so particularly for developing countries like ourselves. And when we talk about what are big and complex challenges, we're talking about things like climate change. We're talking about things like health, Mr. President. Those very big things that will take multiple series of interventions and over a long period of time that must be tackled. But again, because of a number of reasons, often countries shy away from doing so, particularly in the context of countries like ours with a 5-year political term. Professor Mazzucato argues that we have to be able to tackle these problems to the ground, and she says that we need to be able to do so by focusing our economy and our policy framework on outcomes, an outcome-oriented framework in order for us to be able to tackle these problems, that we must make sure that we have targeted investment in solutions, a long-term vision, and a governing of the process so that it is done in the public interest. Further, Mr. President, Professor Mazzucato argues that in the context of a mission-focused economy, an economy that is outcome-oriented, that public procurement policy is one of the essential tools that government has at its disposal in order to make sure that it meets, addresses, and tackles those fundamental challenges. Essentially, Professor Mazzucato is saying that a public procurement framework can allow the government to be able to target its policies better in order to achieve particular outcomes. And this is extremely important, Mr. President, in the context of the discussion that we are having. I hope, Mr. President, that the majority of Barbadians would have paid attention on May Day when the social partnership, and the social partnership including the trade unions, the private sector, civil society, and government, announced the Declaration of Mission Barbados, which identified 6 mission-critical challenges facing Barbados and solutions, mission objectives that this country will be focused on in order to address those challenges. And again, Mr. President, this is critical. Remember, I started to talk about Professor Mazzucato and her thinking about the fact that countries need to be mission-focused and the fact that a procurement policy is a critical tool within its arsenal in order to be able to address some of those mission-critical things. In the context of that declaration, Mr. President, the social partnership identified, as I said before, 6 challenges. One was about an unhealthy planet, which talked about the issue of climate change and the general health of our planet and the impact that will have on humanity. The second challenge talked about the need for us to be able to address our social value system and the extent that a changing of that value system was really jeopardizing the social fabric of Barbados. The challenges also identified the issue of water and food security. It identified the health of Barbadians, addressing the issue of NCDs in particular, Mr. President. Importantly, that declaration also identified the challenge of the disenfranchisement of workers and the need to ensure that we create generational wealth, Mr. President. And the sixth challenge that was identified had to do with the digital divide and our lagging in terms of being able to have the technological transformation that is needed. So we have a mission-focused economy, a mission-focused country, that there is consensus around that these are the core challenges. It doesn't mean, Mr. President, that there are not other challenges. What the social partnership has said, that these are the critical challenges, and like I said, the adoption of mission objectives in order to be able to confront those. The question, Mr. President, is how do we address those? What are the tools and the mechanisms that are needed within the context of government policy for us to be able then to achieve those missions? And the intent, Mr. President, is that we develop a monitoring framework in order for us to be able to ensure that we are achieving those missions. But essentially, Mr. President, I want to make a fundamental point. The idea of having a mission-focused economy and having a policy framework, such as a procurement framework that is relevant, is a signal that a government, as I said before, is intent on tackling the complex problems and challenges facing its society. It is for this reason that this government is committed to the undertaking of educational reform, Mr. President. And that, again, is a complex issue. It is not an easy one. It is one that can potentially create political divide and social divide, but we are intent on tackling it, Mr. President. It is for this reason as well, Mr. President, that we are intent on moving ahead with transformation of the agricultural sector, when others had relegated it to the dump of sunset industries. This government is tackling that complex problem. Similarly, like it is tackling the complex problem of health and transformation within the health sector. Complex problems, Mr. President, and using the policy tools that are available in order for us to address those problems, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want, with your permission, to read, if I may, two of those mission objectives, only because they are extremely relevant to the discussion that we are having this morning. Mission 5, or the mission 5, this is the mission objective number 5, says, by 2030, empower and enfranchise all Barbadian workers and families by creating opportunities for ownership and wealth creation that enable Barbadians to take better care of themselves and each other and reduce the rate of poverty by 50%. Mission 6 says, by 2030, transform Barbados to a highly functioning, resilient society with seamless access to services and meaningful digital inclusion for all Barbadians. I've just read those two of the 6 missions, Mr. President. And I read those two, as I said before, because those are key to how government is amending the Public Procurement Act to make sure that we can deliver. And again, as a fundamental point, because very often when we look at government policy, we see it in a silo. We want to be able to look at one particular plank and think that only that particular plank, that only particular piece of legislation or policy will deliver what is needed, without recognizing that, again, given the complexity of the challenges, that we need to be able to do so using a plethora of instruments and policies, Mr. President. One of the amendments in the bill that we are considering this morning, Mr. President, makes provision, and it states clearly at Section 3, it says that for the avoidance of doubt, that the public procurement can occur wholly or partially online. That public procurement can now wholly or partially occur online. This was not previously part of the principal legislation, Mr. President, and it is one of the amendments within the legislation that we are doing under Section 3. And this is significant, Mr. President, in three ways. And again, we may not think that the inclusion of provision for having an online facility, an online portal for public procurement is anything significant. But I want to suggest, again, when I spoke to the notion of making sure that we have a relevant, strong, robust public procurement system, that this is one of the fundamental tenets of doing so. It is actually government delivering on its promise to continue to facilitate the ease of doing business by increasingly digitizing access to government services. And Mr. President, I read, if you recall, the last of those mission objectives, Mr. President, if you recall, again, the mission objective about digitizing and increasing access. So we are, again, using this policy tool, this instrument of public procurement to be able to advance that objective. So within the context of the amendment, we are now indicating that we will have this online facility. And again, Mr. President, again, it is not any small thing. That ability to be able to have your application, your bid online, is also as well, Mr. President, aligned to our manifesto. Our manifesto pledge, again, on creating digital platforms and ensuring that Barbados delivers for all. The manifesto states that the purpose of government operations is not to serve itself, but to make people's lives better, make processes easier and more efficient, and to make policy impactful and valuable. Fundamental, Mr. President. The Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs recently signaled its intention over the next 5 months or so to launch the digital platform that will be used by suppliers in order to be able to bid, to submit their bids to procure for government services. That online platform, Mr. President, is called Bonfire. And it is essentially a major game changer in the context of public procurement. It will replace now the current process of manually having to put all of your documents together, make multiple copies, meet a deadline, Mr. President, by 4:30 in order to be able to submit for a bid. That this amendment allows us to modernize the process, and not only modernize the process, because it also as well, Mr. President, allows us to level the playing field, which is critical. Again, Mr. President, the point that public policy, public procurement policy is critical in terms of shaping the type of society that we want. By the introduction of Bonfire, Mr. President, what we will have now is the ability for suppliers to go online, to be able to have the ability to take their time to go through their application, to be able, when they have questions, Mr. President, to have those questions answered. There will be real-time access, Mr. President, in terms of submission of your documents, being able to have the necessary feedback that wasn't there before. And this caused excessive frustration amongst suppliers and also as well distrust in terms of the government process. So that the bonfire portal now, like I said, Mr. President, creates a significant game changer. What it allows for essentially is that we used to have, Mr. President, and I don't have any scientific proof of this, but I would suggest that within the current system, you would have those that have the ability, that have the resources in order to be able to put together their applications quickly, have staff who can do it for them, put all the documents together, being able to take advantage of the procurement process. So that very often when we talk about monopoly, we think that the system itself is encouraging monopoly by being deliberately given contracts to certain firms, but very often it is the process and systems themselves, because they are not paying attention to the things that will cause a divide, that will cause small and medium suppliers not to be able to critically access the system. This software and this process is essentially seeking to level this by now ensuring, again, as I said before, that people will have the time, the processes, and the support in order to be able to submit their applications through the bonfire portal. And Mr. President, I also want to suggest, because some would say, well, everybody does not have access now to the internet and all of that. I remind Mr. President that it says wholly or partially, so that we make provision for those that might not have that facility to continue to still be able to participate. But the intent, Mr. President, is that over the period now of the 5 months, that we will continue to engage in training, continue to engage all of the relevant stakeholders so that people are brought on board. In fact, it had already happened. The Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs has already been meeting with stakeholders to alert them of the coming on board of the bonfire portal and to ensure that they are aware of the changes and the benefits in the context of what we will do to enhance their experience in public procurement. Additionally, like I said before, Mr. President, you had to be able to meet this deadline that you have to be running behind, because you have to get these papers in by a particular time frame. Now, as I said, small businesses who may not have the resources in front of them all at the same time can now interface with an application that allows them to begin, to stop, to go back, to ask questions, and then when they are able and comfortable, Mr. President, then to be able to submit. And this is fundamental. And this is why I stress, Mr. President, that even though this amendment may seem small, it is fundamentally allowing for us to widen the pool of persons who can bid to supply services. And that, Mr. President, is about enfranchisement. Enfranchisement. That, Mr. President, is about wealth creation. Mission Objective 5, Mr. President. That, Mr. President, is about giving the ability for Barbadians now not to feel that they are going to be somehow unfared in the process or don't have the capacity or the ability to bid as bigger firms do. But at these amendments, in terms of simplifying and modernizing the process, can provide a level of confidence to small and medium-sized suppliers, and not only them, Mr. President, because if I do so, I would say that big suppliers don't have an issue. They too are frustrated with the process. They too are concerned in terms of how bids are being given. But this software would allow us, Mr. President, again, to facilitate the ease of doing business, but more importantly, it allows us as well to be able to monitor the system and to see what is happening as well. Mr. President, within the context of this new software, this new online portal, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs has signaled that that portal will also include all of the opportunities that are across CARICOM for everyone to see. For everyone to see. And again, this is important because access to information is also critical to how I interface with a process and to my capacity to be able to engage and to bid. So we are, again, deconstructing the process, opening it up, and making sure that it is transparent for everyone in the context of this portal. And again, Mr. President, that is also fundamental when we think about public procurement, its role, government using it as a targeted tool in relation to policy and delivering for all, Mr. President, delivering for all. Another important amendment, Mr. President, to this bill is in relation to the amendment at Section 12, which makes the way for the inclusion of the purpose of public procurement to include the promotion of government socio-economic policies. And again, critical, Mr. President, as I said before, in the context of a mission-focused economy and how the government intends to be able to deliver for everyone, to be fair, to be open, and to be transparent within the process. So that when we talk now about what is the main purpose or objective of government procurement and how the government sees this as an instrument to be able to shape its policy framework, we note, Mr. President, that with that inclusion that we have now critical objectives that will ensure, and Mr. President, I will read now the objectives that we will have with that inclusion of government's ability to promote its socio-economic policies. So that provision would now read that public procurement shall be conducted in a manner that ensures integrity, fairness, transparency, and accountability in procurement proceedings, promotes fair competition among participation by and equal treatment of suppliers, maximizes economy and efficiency, and promotes best value for money, promotes, Mr. President, sustainable development, and, Mr. President, now promotes the ability of government to pursue its socio-economic policies. The fundamental thrust in the context of public procurement, not as a process within itself, not simply about facilitating the purchase of goods, services, and works, but facilitating and shaping a society through how it develops that particular framework. And particularly in the context of a mission-focused economy and country such as ours, then the inclusion of these amendments allow us then to make sure that we build the necessary coherence across our policy framework to be able to achieve and address the complex challenges that we are facing, Mr. President. So that the amendments that are made within the context of this public procurement bill are critical for us to achieve, as I indicated, socio-economic policies. One of those policies, Mr. President, we would have announced as well in the context of our manifesto, our 2018 manifesto, was to ensure that young persons, young people, had the ability also to compete and bid to supply services to government. The manifesto indicated 5%. But, Mr. President, before, we really had no way to be able to monitor that, to be able to make sure that we were actually attracting the young people that were necessary. And so that in the context of these amendments, in the context of the portal, in the context of us being able to say that we will focus this public procurement process on achieving socioeconomic policies, we now have a framework by which we can ensure, monitor, and importantly, course correct as necessary if we need to ensure targeting of our policy framework. It allows not only for young persons to be able to signal as a supplier, but also as well, Mr. President, the disabled to be able to signal as a supplier, small businesses, so that we can better be able to see if we are actually delivering on that notion of fairness, of equity, and of participation within the procurement space. And this, Mr. President, again, I want to reiterate, is critical to that notion, again, of mission focus and delivering for all. Mr. President, the amendments to Section 85 and 86 read the supplies register as well, seek to simplify the process, and again, important. And I want us, Mr. President, to know again that these amendments, even though they may seem minor, again, are fundamental to ensuring that people can engage with the process in a more efficient way than they have done previously. And particularly for those that would think that, one, the process is too complex, and therefore I do not have the capacity to be able to engage, and therefore it is not for me. So that when we look at the amendments, particularly, Mr. President, at Section 85, in order to be on that register of suppliers, you had to, based on the Principal Act, satisfy 11 provisions that were required there, including one of those provisions that indicated you had to show previous experience in procurement. If I have to show previous experience in procurement to even get on the register, then what does it say? Particularly for small businesses, small want-to-be suppliers. I look at that and I think to myself that I am, before I have even done anything else, being left out of the process. That was what was there before. Now, Mr. President, in the context of these amendments, what we have done is to make such provisions not a requirement to get on the register, but that they can, on the discretion of the Chief Procurement Officer, then request that information when it becomes available and as he or she sees fit. So that upfront, there are just now 5 provisions, which are basic provisions, that then you will have to supply in order to be on the register in relation to this procurement framework. And again, Mr. President, when we talk about facilitating small and medium enterprises, these sorts of provisions are critical. They may mean nothing to most of us. They may seem trite. They may seem small. But for suppliers who want a share, Mr. President, of what I said before was a 1.6 billion procurement framework, then it is critical. The amendments, therefore, Mr. President, as I said before, are about allowing us to now have a more relevant procurement framework that embraces all types of businesses who want to see themselves within the sphere of the public procurement space. It allows for a simplification of the process. It allows for a modernization, Mr. President, of the process. It allows for monitoring of the process in ways that we were not able to do before that are critical. And it allows, importantly, for us to achieve some of those socio-economic objectives that are about transforming our society in the context of using public procurement policy. And that is what a government has to do in the context of addressing the challenges that it is facing, using the available instruments that it has at its disposal in order to be able to treat to those. The Principal Act, Mr. President, I'll give you an example, touches on the issue of green procurement, which is again critical. Because green procurement is about, again, making sure that we address those fundamental challenges. We've talked about it here multiple times in the context of things like climate change. So that when we look at the provision for green procurement, what it says is that companies have to make sure that their practices will fall in line by being friendly to the environment, consider all of the ways that they treat to issues of waste, that they treat to issues of recycling, and all of those things that will make sure that we can maintain the ecological balance that is so important for us. So that again, the issue of public procurement is not just a simple one of facilitating this exchange, but it is, Mr. President, an important part of how government will continue to make sure that we provide and that we deliver, Mr. President. In that context, Mr. President, I believe that the amendments that we have proposed within the context of this amendment bill will go a long way in creating the necessary framework. They will go a long way in ensuring that we can have the participation and increased participation of small businesses, of young people as well, increased confidence, Mr. President, of the market about the framework and their ability to fairly and transparently be able to bid for government contracts and allow the government as well, importantly, to be able to monitor and course correct as needed. Mr. President, I'm obliged to you, and I beg that this bill be read a second time.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight. Other speakers? If there are none, Senator Dr. Hines.
Good morning, and thank you for acknowledging me, Mr. President. I know that some may think this is a dry area, as Senator Monroe Knight pointed out. Some may think so in truth. But it is an important one. It's one that I think enters public discourse at times in ways that should cause us to think and to ask some questions about what we are doing. So, and as Senator Monroe Knight made clear, the missions, these missions do point to some of the things that perhaps public procurement can facilitate if there is an alignment between procurement and some of the social and other goals that are in place in the country. This should be worthwhile. So you're sort of putting some conditionalities on those who may be bidding for contracts or who are successful in contracts to ensure that in addition to having whatever it is you're seeking fulfilled, there are some other benefits that should be derived from the work. I understand that to be the intention. I hope I understand correctly. Also, this idea of economic enfranchisement is quite a useful one. While I can agree to this, I would also hope that whether we are talking about large private sector entities or small suppliers, that those within the private sector are not hitching their fates, are not considering that they are to amass wealth through public procurement, and that the state is not some kind of entity through which individuals are going to grow rich by means of bidding endlessly for contracts of the state. And one wonders if that is the case already, if that has not been the case, not just in Barbados, but across the Caribbean, where the state has been very critical, not only for employing people, and therefore for the sustenance of much of the population through employment, the creation of jobs, but also the same private sector that may be very concerned at times about the ease of doing business, and rightly so. Rightly so. I'm not trying to demean or diminish these criticisms because they are real and must be taken seriously. But we also need to bear in mind that if we look at Barbados and if we look at this region, some of the things that we may find are that some of the entities that have amassed wealth, that are wealth creators, that are job creators, are able to do so because of their ability to be successful in bidding for government contracts. And I want to say that this enters public discourse. It enters public discourse because there is a fear and there is a suspicion, and this is not related to a particular government. I'm talking about something systemic now. There is a suspicion that when it comes to the award of large contracts, the usual suspects are the ones who will feature prominently, and that the scraps will remain for those smaller players who, perhaps because of how the tender is constructed, will not be able, perhaps, to successfully bid for certain things. And there's a suspicion that some of these things are crafted in particular ways so that certain individuals and groups may have access to the public procurement process, to these tenders, to the contracts, to the exclusion of others. And this legislation is important, in my estimation, for dispelling such suspicions by putting in place the mechanisms required that allow for the requisite transparency that can assure persons of why and how things have happened in a particular way. And I do hope that we move more and more in that direction and away from the system that we have in Barbados, and that this is not unique to Barbados. I would say this is a Caribbean governance issue, in which there are particular entities that some view, and it's not just some view, that have been able to build their reputations on the back of contracts from the state, taxpayer-funded contracts. It is my hope that this sort of legislation and any amendments to the legislation shore this up. But while this is my hope, there are still some issues that I believe that we need to address. Because if we look at this amendment, I mentioned the element of socio and economic policies. We note that there is a suppliers register, and there's some updates that are being made to the suppliers register, and then there's the software and the technology. And software and technology, this is really useful. We are moving in this direction of having many things digital. But we have to remember that these are tools and these are not solutions. So we digitize something. This is not necessarily, it can solve some things. It can solve the long waits, for instance, but it doesn't solve some of the other things that I was speaking about. The concern that it is those within a network that are able to have access to particular contracts, that they might know about them early for some reason that has nothing to do with this legislation or the technology. The concern, the suspicion that is very real and that remains in this country, that persons or entities who may be funding certain political activities may have an in to the tendering process. Why do people have this suspicion? There is a reason that this suspicion exists, and that is because we do not know how political campaigns are financed from either side. And as I said, this is not a criticism of a particular government for those that may start to get a little bit itchy or something. We are talking about in general, because governments change And each time they change, the suspicions remain. The suspicions remain. So technology is not going to solve that. Having a register and having an online mechanism for registering and bidding, etc., is not going to address these. So how do we get to some of these problematic elements related to public procurement that exist in Barbados, and I'm going to say across the region, but we're dealing with Barbados today. And the reason I keep saying across the region, and the reason I keep saying that this is not about a particular government, is because this is about our manners of governance, not about the particular institutions, the mechanisms, the technologies, but some of the cultural factors, the political culture that exists, that we have to find ways to break away from so that persons are confident that they can indeed bid and that they will have a real chance, and that this is not something that has already been pre-decided through some backdoor mechanisms. Technology is not going to address that. And one of the ones that comes to mind recently, and I'm going to take the risk of bringing it here, is that in 2021, there was a particular issue that was in the news cycle in Barbados and across the region that had to do with the procurement of some vaccinations during the pandemic. And thankfully, what we learned was that no public funds, no taxpayer funds were involved in this situation, I'm going to call it. However, and it was an emergency situation, and because it is an emergency situation, one can understand that certain things may pertain that might not pertain if it were not an emergency. However, one of the things that stood out to me was the statement that we received from a public official that indicated that due diligence was followed in this quest to seek 1 million vaccinations. And despite due diligence being followed, we ended up, I say we, Barbados, ended up in an embarrassing situation surrounding this effort to procure vaccinations for the public. Other countries were in a more difficult situation because they could not say that taxpayer funds were not used, but it still was an embarrassing one. And questions remain as to how some of the things that emerged, such as letters on letterhead from the government of Barbados authorizing certain transactions, were able to be provided to particular individuals and entities without the minister knowing anything. Because that is what I read and that is what I heard. So although we have these mechanisms in place to regularize these processes, to bring transparency, we have to make sure that these are one-offs. And in fact, not that they're just one-offs, that they're none-offs. That this is an anomaly, and this is not something that will come to the public attention. And I'm not saying that it will come to, this is something that will not come to the public attention because it is covered up. It is something that will not occur. It will not occur, these sorts of irregularities. And when if I go back to my point about the suspicion that exists within our society, is that when we look at who were the players involved, we are talking again about persons whose names tend to be called as the usual suspects when it comes to other areas of public procurement. So if it is that we are going to get rid of these suspicions, that we are going to move in the direction of enfranchisement, that people are to be confident that when they use this online platform, that when they register, that when they bid, they are going to be treated appropriately and fairly, and they will have a chance to earn part of their income or to support part of what their company does through public procurement. If we are supposed to engender this confidence in persons, we have to guard against these kinds of very embarrassing and irregular, in my estimation, irregular circumstances that as yet we have not received firm answers for. How come a minister is not aware, was not at the time aware of this? So, Mr. President, while I do not take any issue with this, I do want to encourage us to think beyond the technology, think beyond the register, and really ensure that confidence is instilled in our society, that this legislation, that the arrangements that it asks for are followed appropriately, so that public procurement does not become one of these political footballs that is kicked around government after government with endless suspicions about the wealth of certain individuals and groups being amassed out of taxpayer funds. And no matter which government is in power, the same thing will persist. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hines. Any other speakers? If not, I'll ask Senator Dr. Monroe Knight to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to agree with Senator Dr. Christina Hines about the complexity of the issue, the fact that it is not an issue that is about a country. It is something that is systemic across political systems. And I also want to agree with her, as well with Senator Dr. Christina Hines, that the issue of trust and the issue of culture as it relates to how the political system operates is one that we also have to address. But I would suggest, Mr. President, that we can also agree that this is not something that is going to change overnight. That because of its complexity, it is something that we are going to have a number or a series of interventions on as we try to tackle and address the issue. I would also want to suggest, Mr. President, that it is unlikely that we may ever have the possibility that there will be no incidences of irregularity or fraud. But what we would have to do is ensure that the processes and the systems that we have in place, either one through the legal system, as has happened, will lead to a conviction of those that have been so accused and found guilty of fraud and certain levels of corruption, or that we will be able to have a system that allows us to effectively to be able to mitigate. And that is what, in the context of this amendment, these amendments to the Procurement Act is attempting to be able to do. Mr. President, I also want to suggest as well, and to give an example. Last year, just around the end of the year, there was circulating on social media a letter pretending, actually not a letter, an email pretending to come from the Division of Culture that had the email address of one of the members of staff and the signature of one of the members of staff of Culture. Anybody looking at it would say that is real. The levels at which people go now to copy and replicate things, they're at a different level, and all now of the AIs and all the different technological things that we have now will mean that governments now have to be able to do better in terms of its cybersecurity and all of those things to prevent that. But there are those that will continue to attempt to do it. But to say that we will be able to prevent it altogether, to say that people will not go to sophisticated means, Mr. President, in order to tamper with the system, Mr. President, we cannot guarantee that. I don't know that anybody can guarantee that that will happen. As I said before, what this Procurement Act, what the amendments are attempting to do, is to at least provide a framework. And while technology cannot necessarily answer all of the questions, particularly the cultural questions, what it can do is to provide some critical solutions that open up the system, make it wider, make it more inclusive, make it more transparent, make it more fair. Mr. President, it is a journey of process. And as I said, the attempt is that government will have to use the full arsenal of tools that it has at its availability in order to address the missions that it is focused on. And this Public Procurement Amendment Act is but one, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg that Your Honour do now leave the chamber and the chamber dissolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honorable Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
The Senate is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Madam Chair, I do beg that Clause 1 stand part.
The question is that Clause 1 do now stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Madam Chair, I beg that Clause 2 stand part.
The question is that Clause 2 do now stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I beg that Clause 3 stand part.
The question is that Clause 3 do now stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Madam Chair, I beg that Clause 4 stand part.
The question is that Clause 4 do now stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Madam Chair, I beg that Clause 5 stand part.
Question is that Clause 5 do now stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. And those against, please say no.
Clause 6.
The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I do not beg that Clause 6 stand part.
The question is that Clause 6 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. All honourable senators against please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Beg that Clause 7 stand part.
The question is that Clause 7 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour kindly say aye? And will those against kindly say no? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair, I do not beg that Clause 8 stand part.
The question is that Clause 8 do now stand part. All honourable senators in favour please say aye. And those against please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg that you do not report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. And those against please say no. The ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do not pass and it be cited as the Public Procurement Amendment Act 2023.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Public Procurement Amendment Act 2023. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Order number 2, sir. In the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Three Houses Spring Management and Control Bill 2023.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg your permission to treat to items number 2 and 3 on the order paper as a cognate debate, please.
The question is that we treat item number 2, which is the Three Houses spring related matter and an amendment to the Barbados Agriculture Development and Marketing Corporation Act in relation to empowering the corporation to act as the management authority for the Three Houses Spring as one debate. That is, to be clear, the second reading speeches will deal with the issues arising from the 2 amendments, but of course, the votes will be taken separately as 2 side items. So to the extent that they are related issues, I put the question is, honorable senators agree that items number 2 and 3 be taken as a cognate debate. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. We will proceed accordingly. Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think we are all here today after 2 days of some amount of rain, some flooding activity to the extent that we had a downpour for a period of time. And this is a conversation, Mr. President, today only insofar as we are also simultaneously in an extended period of drought. And as a consequence, we have been advised by the entity with responsibility for management of the nation's water supply, the Barbados Water Authority, that there are drought restrictions and water use restrictions in place as a consequence of the conditions that we're facing and the projections from the Barbados Meteorological Service for what we are expecting up ahead in the coming months. Certainly at last report that I had access to, the expectation is that there would be an extended period of drought and that there would be very few instances that were intermittent of rainfall, Mr. President. And so this is a conversation that is very current in the country at this time. And so therefore, Mr. President, a resolution specifically speaking to the matters that affect farmers who are dependent on a spring, its flow, and the treatment of the reservoir that is Browns Pond downstream from Three Houses Spring is a contemporary question as well, because one of the natural consequences of drought conditions and water restrictions, Mr. President, is that you have every day in the newspaper, not just the local newspapers, but regional newspapers, because the rain, if it's not falling in Barbados, it's not falling in anywhere in the Eastern Caribbean by extension. But the region as a whole is reporting every single day challenges with drought-like conditions affecting yields of crops for farmers as a consequence of the limited access to water resources to irrigate crops. And so, Mr. President, this particular piece of legislation, in the first instance, Order Number 2, which speaks to the Three Houses Spring Management and Control Bill, and then the item at number 3 on the order paper, Mr. President, which is the amendment, and we're therefore treating to it as a cognate debate, allowing the Barbados Agricultural Development and Marketing Corporation to effect the management system that is now being introduced by the previous legislation to which I referred previously, is therefore important. And so it is on that basis that I would wish to make 2 points today. And my presentation will speak first about the policy framework that gave rise to the legislative framework that we are now presented with today. And then in the second incarnation, I will speak to that legislative framework itself and what it seeks to accomplish in the course of what we are describing. Mr. President, there are those who are from rural communities and have historically, and their ancestral roots before them have been grounded in certain communities and certain practices. Three Houses Spring, for those of us who are not from the St. Philip area, and the Three Houses area, for those who are not from the St. Philip area, is an area that we are accustomed to going to for picnics in the park. That is the extent of the knowledge of many of us as Barbadians of the Three Houses area. We have heard all our lives growing up in Barbados about the importance of Three Houses Spring itself, however. And so in the course of the last few years, Mr. President, you have heard the Minister with responsibility for agriculture speaking on the various issues that have confronted farmers in this country, whether it was an issue of pricing, whether it was an issue of the inputs that go into farming, specifically feed prices that then affect the consumers on the other hand, whether it is access to irrigation, whether it is diversification of the agricultural sector, whether it is access to land and land lease resources that have been provided, whether it is empowerment and enfranchisement and making agriculture attractive in particular to the younger generations. We have heard the minister and by extension, the ministry and all of the related agencies responsible for agriculture speaking about the importance of a range of interventions necessary for the protection of agriculture as a sector and farmers as people who are part of the community. This resolution, Mr. President, seeks to do both. It protects agriculture on the one hand, promotes its development. It provides access to irrigation resources for those who are in the area, and in so doing, it ensures that the farmers who are described in this legislation, the farmers that are referred to and therefore described in this legislation as the riparian owners. The riparian owners. And for those of us who, I don't know if there are those who have, I'm not a big TV person, but for those of you who used to watch Keeping Up appearances, Miss Bucket, AKA Miss Bouquet, every time I hear the term riparian, I think of Miss Bouquet, because I would always remember her having picnics along the riverbanks and wanting to have all of these people coming along with her. So when I heard the presentation on this particular item, I remembered Miss Bouquet, Miss Bucket, and who would talk about what that meant. And so here we are now, Mr. President, with the persons who along the banks of this spring flowing down into Brown Pond have ownership over the land and therefore the resources on the land, and therefore the tributary that comes all the way down from Three Houses and ends at Brown Pond. Those persons along the way are those to whom we are referring when we describe them as the riparian owners. And so what this bill seeks to do is to protect the acreage of land earmarked and being used presently for agricultural production in this area, and the farmers who have been farming that land, those lands, for generations. Mr. President, this legislation also attempts to address something that is important in the context of our own law reform and legislative reform. This, if you listened to the honourable member in the other place who is the minister with responsibility for agriculture, he talks about the legislation being over 300 years old. I don't know, Mr. President, if there is any piece of legislation, a single piece of legislation, and he may be right when he said it, that is this old. We have other instances of legislation dating back to the 1920s, 1930s. This one dates back to the 18th century. It is an extended period of time that exists where this arrangement was in place even prior, long before independence. And so, Mr. President, what the legislation is attempting to do now is to treat to the contemporary issues facing farmers and the sector in the area, while simultaneously bringing up to speed a piece of legislation that dates back quite an extended period of time. What we have here now, Mr. President, is legislation that was first enacted in 1713. That's how far back this legislation goes. 1713, based on what we have been advised by the Ministry of Agriculture. 1713 is not 2 days or 2 weeks, it's a long time, Mr. President. And so you have before us, we have before us, not you, we have before us a number of policy considerations that are now incorporated in the legislation. And I want to begin to go through what some of those things are, Mr. President. One, it defines what Three Houses Spring is to be defined as, Mr. President, and it gives a very clear indication of that definition. Then it goes on, Mr. President, to speak about how that spring is to be used. And it says that it is supposed to treat to how long, 8 and 40 hours, you are able to dam the spring for the purposes that you are allowed to dam the spring. And it gives a management system assigned to the entity known as the BADMC. Mr. President, so here is what we are going to be proposing. The BADMC, in order number 3, is to have the authority to manage and control the use of the spring. In the following ways, it will outline what that policy objective is. 1, the realignment of the spring, the persons entitled to use the spring, the terms on which they're allowed to use the spring, and how to settle disputes, Mr. President, around how the spring is being used. We have a number of things, therefore, outlined in the legislation that I want to speak to, Mr. President, and those things will come in a few minutes. But first, let me say that this is a piece of legislation that was subjected to extensive consultations over an extended period of time. There were consultations with the stakeholders who are the owners of land in the community. There were consultations with farmers, those who were invited, and they were all invited, and those who were present and made the time on more than one occasion, Mr. President. There were visits being made by the team from the Ministry of Agriculture. And you heard, Mr. President, the honourable member in the other place responsible for the Ministry of Agriculture, who spoke about even from so far back as this government was in opposition, going to the area and hearing from the people what their concerns were, what mischief they felt needed to be corrected, and how the situation at the spring was affecting them in terms of their livelihoods and how it was affecting their crops as a result of the conditions. So, Mr. President, imagine now we're in a drought, the rain is not falling all the time, the spring ordinarily would be flowing down into Browns Pond, and now you have issues, Mr. President, where you are trying to navigate what is supposed to happen in this area, Mr. President, when the spring is fully populated. What happens with Browns Pond? How can people downstream of the spring not have access to water? That becomes even more important at this time. So the consultations that I referred to took place. You have the inputs of the stakeholders, namely the farmers and those who are from the community. And you have a body of legislation that is now being updated in the new legislation. What does that legislation contain, Mr. President? If you were to go to the legislation itself, first of all, it speaks about how this is to be administered, how it is to be applied, and it is meant to be read in tandem with 2 additional pieces of legislation at least. Those additional pieces of legislation will be the Underground Water Control Act, CAP 283, and the Barbados Water Authority Act, CAP 274. Mr. President, the BADMC, Order number 3, is then being given the authority to manage and control the spring in a way that ensures fairness and equity for all of the persons who are connected to the spring. There are also emergency measures, Mr. President, and it was interesting to listen to at least 2 of the honourable members in the other place speak about what fairness and equity was being described as. You heard them describing fairness and equity in terms of individual landowners attempting to take control over sections of the spring, damming it for their own recreational purposes, and therefore denying those downstream of the spring access to water coming from the spring. You heard in the other place, Mr. President, from the members in particular who represent the area of instances where landowners upstream of Browns Pond were therefore engaging in practices that either resulted in pollution of the spring and therefore Browns Pond as a consequence, and that had a deleterious impact on the opportunities that are now being developed also under the Ministry of Agriculture for the utilization of Brown Pond for shrimp farming as a new nascent industry in Barbados. Those are some of the issues that you saw and you heard coming from the representatives who live and have always lived and have represented those in the community. And so fairness and equity was inbuilt into the consultations with those who are dependent on access to the area, those who were concerned that if I am upstream from the pond, if I'm high up on the spring, I do not have the right to ensure access for myself, but not for others, Mr. President. And if we were to go back to the discussion that we have had on every single piece of legislation in this honorable chamber, Mr. President, we have had this conversation as it relates to noise management and noise pollution with flying kites with bulls at night. We've spoken about it in terms of management of the PSV sector. We've talked about it in terms of transport and management of the roads. The notion of fairness and equity as a part of our society, consideration for others, is something that we are continuously coming to this honorable chamber to legislate because individuals are functioning in their own right for their own purpose and in their own interests at the expense of others and with no due regard to others. And so there's a notion of entitlement. I am entitled to serve my own purpose. I am entitled to do as I please for me, and I am not interested in anybody else. That cannot be the Barbados that we live in, Mr. President. And so while it is for us in here an exercise in legislative management and legislative reform, that is fine. But what we are really talking about is if people and a nation living as a community with due regard for others. That is also what we are talking about, Mr. President. And it was interesting for me to hear in some of the other conversations and in an earlier contribution you heard about, well, you know, the legislation on its own as it is written doesn't solve the problem of what government is going to do. I agree, Mr. President. There are times where government's behavior may need to change, and I agree with that. There are times where we need to inspire the confidence of the people by making changes in how we do what we do. Those things are all true, Mr. President, but let us also match that with we, the people of Barbados, not just complaining or being concerned about what others are doing, but being a part of the solution. And I find myself having to say this identical thing in almost every bill that we bring here. If, Mr. President, on issues relating to contracting and procurement and so on, Barbadians themselves are willing to be a part of the solution, and not just by saying, go to Parliament and make the changes. not just by saying, go to Parliament and go to Cabinet and hold government accountable, but I hope that you understand that when you pick up the phone and call somebody and ask them to do a favor because you have access, that also may not be fair or equitable to somebody else. I hope we understand that when we're having difficulties and we want somebody to give us something without us having worked for it, that is also part of the problem, Mr. President. So let us start by changing us, and everything else will change along with us, because Prime Minister has a saying, and she says it takes two hands to clap. And whether it is big or small, we have to be part of the solution and not just the identification of the problem when it is somebody else other than us. Mr. President, we have to be a part of the change in this society that we want to see. So when we start talking about fairness and equity in legislation with a spring and a pond affecting farmers and livelihoods, we may want to have beautiful places for recreation on our land because we have bought space that allows for us to do that, and that is fine, we're entitled to that. But we're not entitled to do it at the expense of someone else, because we are all part of the same Barbados and part of the same community, and it is a mindset that has to be addressed, and it has to be addressed aggressively in this country, Mr. President. These pieces of legislation are necessary, yes, but change is also necessary to begin with us. And so we have, in this instance, Mr. President, the BADMC being empowered to respond to issues of the management of how the spring is being treated, and in so doing, because there are so many private properties along the spring, you now have to give notice. And the BADMC is required now to give 3 days notice that they intend to come in and to look at what is happening with a given area along the spring. What does that mean, Mr. President? That you have an entity being empowered to manage human behavior, minimize the impact of human selfishness or self-servingness. You have a situation, Mr. President, where the BADMC is now empowered to come in and give 3 days notice so that the 8-inch pipes, for example, that the honourable member in the other place spoke about that are damming or penetrating the spring are no longer in effect, except insofar as it is irrelevant in the legislation itself. These are the things that I believe the Ministry of Agriculture is attempting to navigate. But, Mr. President, this is not to stop anyone, whether they have been a part of the problem or part of the solution. This is not to stop anyone from being able to use the spring. This is being able to ensure that everyone has access to the spring and not just some, Mr. President. And so farmers in places like River Plantation, where this is predominantly going to be set anchored, are then therefore covered under the legislation. So BADMC has, for example, tenants and lessees who are able to lease land from the BADMC. They are being permitted in this legislation to extract water from Browns Pond for very specific purposes. Irrigation purposes, that's what is specific. Irrigation purposes, because this is an agricultural measure. And because, Mr. President, as is the case with all legislation which attempts to regulate human behavior and human conduct and ensure that communities live as part of a genuine community and that there are shared natural resources, there are penalties for failing to comply with the legislation. There's prohibited conduct in the legislation, Mr. President, and there is a summary fine on conviction of $25,000 or 2 years imprisonment or both in the event that a person is found guilty of an offense for which the spring is being used and is not supposed to be used. And then there are the issues of how we deal with officers of the BADMC. Mr. President, I am perpetually in awe of those persons who serve on the front line every day and who go into circumstances that sometimes can be problematic for them. We're not just talking about police officers who are going to confront crime. We're not just talking, Mr. President, about those persons who work in health facilities at all. We have, Mr. President, you remember a few years ago, a photographer from a local newspaper was responding on his job and going onto a site to report on a story in the course of conducting his ordinary business, and he lost his life, Mr. President, because he was confronted with hostility. And so we are dealing with officers who, in the course of their normal duties, have to go into circumstances on properties with individuals who can at times present levels of hostility that can pose a danger to life and limb. And so there has to be a protection afforded to those persons. And the BADMC extension officers are no different. Mr. President, we go and travel all over the world, but maybe not as often as some of us in here every other week, and they're shaking their head, Mr. President, I have not called a name, but certain persons, and neither will I, but we travel all over the world, Mr. President, and when we look at the screens or we look at the walls in airports, for example, we see strong, robust language. No assault, disrespect, or abuse of officers in this facility will be tolerated. And then they go on to say what will happen in the event of. And we comply, Mr. President, because once we over in a way, we follow the law to the letter. But it's only when we hear that is a different story. So the BADMC officers are also a part of those persons who work on the road and have to go into situations that sometimes can be protected. And the Ministry of Education, of Agriculture, and by extension, the government of Barbados is saying these are persons who are to be protected in the course of the normal conduct of their duties, and any person who is found guilty of an offense against a BADMC officer operating within the confines of the law is guilty to summary conviction or a fine of $1,000. Now, there is a mechanism for oversight, Mr. President, and the Oversight Committee is proposed for establishment, and that is outlined at Clause 311, and that has, for instance, Mr. President, how that is meant to be established. And therefore, you have the role of the various persons who are assigned, in particular, the general manager of the Barbados Water Authority, and you have the representative from the BADMC, as well as the owners of the riparian rights in the area. The committee, therefore, will now meet and make the arrangements for how it is going to function, and it will make rules accordingly. But here, Mr. President, is where we then become even more proactive in terms of introducing the settlement of disputes. We are not, by nature, Mr. President, a litigious society. We don't run and go to court with everything, as far as I know, but I see a lawyer in the room who may be benefiting from any litigious type behavior, so that may be the case. But typically, we want to quarrel or we want to find a way to resolve things, but it's not always our first course of action. And so in this instance, Mr. President, there is a settlement of disputes that allows for the mechanism, first by the Oversight Committee, to be able to engage, to resolve whatever the issues are. And if you don't resolve whatever the issues are at that level, you have recourse all the way up to the High Court, Mr. President. And so within a 3-day period or so of receiving a concern and having it raised, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture will then forward to the General Manager of the Barbados Water Authority, who's the chairman of the committee, what the issue is and have it taken from there. Now, there are a number of regulations, and I'm going to list what those 7 regulations will come and look like. The regulations will include the following things. 1, the type, size, and specifications of pipes and pumps to be used for the abstraction of water from the spring, the use of water from the spring and the prioritization of its use, the rate of abstraction of water from the spring, the rates and charges for use of water from the spring, the exemption of persons from the payment of rates and charges for the use of water from the spring, special rates or charges payable in respect of the use of water, and finally, giving effect to the provisions more generally of what the bill has outlined. And so we have a number of regulations I have just spoken about. They are subject to negative resolution, but also the minister is expected to make penalties to a maximum of $1,000 or a minimum period of imprisonment for 18 months. There are also schedules to the bill, 3 of them in particular. The first schedule describes the bill itself, The second schedule shows where the spring is supposed to be in terms of its alignment, and the third schedule gives a list of who the riparian owners are, and you will see that at third schedule riparian captioned riparian owners section 2, and a list who they are as it stands now, Mr. President. That is all appended to the bill in the respective schedules. Now, Mr. President, the Minister of Agriculture has advised that this is just being done in phase 1 at this time. The expectation, Mr. President, is that there is supposed to be further work further down the spring, and that is going to take place in phase 2. He spoke in great detail about what those phases would look like, and he has outlined, and he wants to be clear that while his presentation in the other place spoke about what was being done presently, and he did give an indication about what was proposed to be done in subsequent phases, that they are committed to ensuring that they continue to engage within the mechanisms provided for in the bill itself and in the provisions governing the BADMC with those persons who are relevant stakeholders in the area. Mr. President, this is a government that has been very clear, as I close, that people must matter. Engagement with people must matter. We didn't just start walking about talking to Bajans last week, I know that there are some who are now getting to know what Bajans have to say, and they didn't know before, but this is a government that was walking around this country and talking to people in a rubbing shoulders campaign from in opposition. This is a government, Mr. President, that the Honorable Prime Minister has said was able to respond to the challenges of the nation immediately upon assumption of office because it was walking around before we came to office in opposition for over a year, speaking to the concerns of people, mapping out policy, and came to government ready and prepared to serve, to face and fix the problems of the nation. That is what we came to government to do. We started to do it in opposition, Mr. President, but we didn't stop there. We have continued, Mr. President, with rubbing shoulders all throughout the last 5 years since 2018 in this country, Mr. President. What people see as Parish Speaks is a continuation of the formal component of rubbing shoulders. But what you don't see, Mr. President, highlighted in the newspapers or highlighted in the press elsewhere, is that before any parish speaks, you usually would have the Prime Minister herself, the Deputy Prime Minister herself, members of Parliament themselves, and all of the officials of the ministries that they lead that are typically representative of the issues that nationals and citizens of Barbados want to raise put on the table. The most problematic areas in a constituency, Mr. President, are guaranteed to have a walkabout with the Prime Minister. We don't have to publicize it. We don't have to call the press to say, come and do that. We do that every single month, Mr. President, led by the Prime Minister. But that is not all. The members of Parliament themselves, on a weekly basis, you have different clinic days where they're going to be in their office, but you also have days, Mr. President, where they're on the ground in the communities. That is required. And that is the reason why you will hear the Minister of Agriculture speaking not anecdotally, not as a policy measure, purely as a minister from the remoteness of his office elsewhere in Graham Hall, but he is speaking as a person who is immersed in his community, who listens and hears the concerns of those to whom he is accountable. That is what this government is about. And so this legislation and every other piece of legislation that is relevant to community development in this country and sectoral development in this country, Mr. President, is driven by a government that listens and engages and hears what people involved in the sector want to see as a policy intervention because of the challenges that they are facing. And I am confident that this legislation, Mr. President, the Three Houses Spring Management and Control Bill, accompanied by the Barbados Agricultural Development and Marketing Corporation Amendment Bill, will treat to the issues that have been raised by those residents of the St. Philip area and all of the adjoining areas that are serviced by this spring, Mr. President, and who will benefit from the engagement with agricultural and water officials in the interest of protecting their livelihoods and ensuring that they are able to feed the nation. And with these words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Thank you very much, Senator Cummings. The speakers. Senator Maldonado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for recognizing me. The issue of water usage in Barbados is a subject near and dear to my heart. And on this day, I'll take the opportunity to speak to it, as what we're doing at Three Houses certainly is part of a broader matter that needs to be addressed. I've often heard Barbados referred to as a water-scarce nation. But in fact, when I do some searching to find out if that is in fact so, I ended up at the United Nations, who describe us as, and I shall quote, Barbados ranks among the top 10 most water-stressed countries in the world. And this is given the limited availability of surface water. The country is almost entirely dependent on groundwater from aquifer sources. It goes on to talk about the consequential changes in precipitation patterns and rising sea levels, which can cause saline intrusion into the aquifer, Mr. President. But when we talk about water scarcity, I went looking a little bit further to try and understand this, because this is where our agriculture depends on it. I found that really water scarcity is a broad term which can be broken down into two areas. One, physical water scarcity, and two, economic water scarcity. When I looked a bit further, Mr. President, I needed to try to understand if in fact Barbados was suffering from a physical water scarcity. So how would I do that? I am not an engineer and an expert, so I did ask some questions and learn. And I learned that on average in Barbados, we have about 50 inches of rain a year. But that didn't mean a whole lot to me, because I only knew how big Barbados was, and I knew it in square miles, 166 square miles. And then I also knew that the Barbados Water Authority tells us that they pump about 40 million gallons. So I had a problem per day. Thank you. I had a problem because I had inches of rainfall, I had square miles of land area, and I had gallons of pumping. So I had to go and look a little further to try to figure this one out. And Mr. President, here's what I did figure out. The desalination capacity from down in the Spring Garden area is about 7.5 million US gallons per day. So everything else that we use in water comes from rainfall, comes from our aquifer. Barbados being 166 square miles, and may I refer to my notes with your permission, Mr. President, 166 square miles equates to 640 acres per square mile. And there's 43,560 square feet in an acre. And there's 144 inches in a square foot. I won't go on and on and on, but just to tell you that on average in Barbados, we get about 1.4 billion gallons of water falling on our 166 square miles. Why is that relevant? Because if we go back to the Barbados Water Authority's use of 40 million gallons that they pump per day, you will find that we actually only use, from a physical scarcity point of view, Mr. President, less than 10% of the rainfall that falls on Barbados. 90% of the rainfall that falls on Barbados, we don't use at all. I know we can go one step further. We've heard in many other places, I've seen in the media, I've heard engineers and knowledgeable people talk about it. I've heard the Barbados Water Authority officials talk about it. They describe their water between revenue water and non-revenue water. Very interesting thing, you know. It's kind of like they got revenue bread on the shelf in the shop and they got non-revenue bread. I guess the non-revenue bread is the one that goes out without getting paid for. But we have an issue, as we know, that although we are pumping 40 million gallons of water per day, we are only getting paid for about 20 million gallons. So there's about a 50% non-revenue water. So I've described to you the fact that 10 times more rain falls on Barbados, water falls on Barbados per day, per year, Mr. President, than we actually use. But we are very lucky in Barbados because God has given us, other than in the Scotland district, a very interesting geology. We have about 300 feet of coral stone, and this water falls and it percolates through this coral stone and it gets into this aquifer. Unless, of course, it runs into the sea, in which case it never gets into the aquifer at all. So the conclusion, though, from this, what this tells us, the history of our water, how it percolates into the aquifer, the fact that we have 10 times more falling on us than we actually use, and maybe 20 times if we could get rid of the 50% non-revenue water. The question becomes, so how does it get into this aquifer in order for the Barbados Water Authority to then sell it back to us? It gets there through natural methods, but many, many years ago, hundreds ago, long before our time, Mr. President, we figured out that we needed to dig suck wells. Because when we dug these suck wells, and we strategically placed them, and we cleared areas so that it would drain into that area, we put the water back into the aquifer. And that aquifer, again, I am not an engineer, Mr. President, but I am told that the aquifer is really a layer of fresh water, lens they call it, sitting upon some brackish water and then some salt water. And it is constantly flowing into the sea. Now, Mr. President, I know that to be true, as I think many of my honourable senators in here know it to be true as well, because there are many beaches in Barbados that as a child, we sat there and we dug, and after a while, we had some cold water coming up on our hand. So, well, what is that? And your father, your grandfather, your grandmother, or someone would tell you, that's fresh water flowing under, and it's just flowing out. And that's a very, very important geological phenomenon that we have, that we are so lucky in Barbados that we can have 1.4 trillion gallons of water falling on our island and constantly flowing out to the sea because it's keeping the seawater back from coming into our aquifer. But it first has to get into the aquifer. And this is where I am taking you, Mr. President, as we are talking about the stream that we're talking about at Three Houses and the ponds. That is where the aquifer has come to the surface. It is now flowing freely for us to use it in very few places in Barbados, as you heard from the United Nations report. The challenge that we have then is that we actually need to harvest more of this water. We don't have a water scarcity problem from the point of view of physical water. We have 10 to 20 times more water falling on Barbados than we actually use. Huge capacity for growth. There are many other countries in the world who are, in fact, water scarce physically. They can't do anything about it. There's no rain. Nothing falls there. We have an economic scarcity, Mr. President, that we need to address. And in some ways, this bill before us is touching on some of that economic scarcity, some of that economic fairness to all to use it. But we need to harvest more water, and we need to store more water, and we need to focus on this. Mr. President, I want to give you another statistic which I was surprised, disappointed, maybe, but very surprised to find. I mentioned earlier that we pump, the BWA pumps 40 million gallons per day. Mr. President, it might come as a surprise to you to find out, as it did to me, that the total reservoir capacity in Barbados today is 40 million gallons. 1 day's supply of water. So we don't actually have a reservoir. Let's be clear. You have a throughput, because the entire storage that you have is 1 day's storage, and that 1 day's storage is distributed that day. Unfortunately, 50% of it is non-revenue water, I'll use that term. So we have, secondly, a storage issue. Thirdly, there is some other matters to be discussed at another time to do with water reuse, and I won't touch on them at this point in time. But I would like to talk specifically and make some recommendations as I conclude on the idea of harvesting and storing more. Many years ago, in a different capacity, I wrote about the public service that agriculture plantations do for us as Barbadians in having working, clean suck wells. And there was, and I believe it is still on the books within the agriculture side of our government, for a subsidy for suck wells on agricultural land. I think we need to move very quickly, Mr. President, towards recognizing that this service that is being done by those who have suck wells, which are maintained on their property, and is supplying our aquifer such that the BWA can then pump it and sell it back to us, they should be paid for keeping those wells in good condition. We should inspect those wells. We should know where they are. And if we did it well, we are not a water-scarce country. We badly manage what God gives us from the sky. God gives us 10 to 20 times more than we need. But because our plantations, our agriculture division, our agriculture industry in Barbados has been on its knees for more than 20 years, they don't clean the suck wells. They can't afford to do it. They don't debush the areas leading to it. We as a community block it with all kinds of things that we shouldn't be blocking them with. We need to aggressively move back, look at those suck wells, identify where they are, and pay the landowner who is maintaining, creating a suck well that is giving us back that water, which eventually in the aquifer, Mr. President, will then come up to the surface in places like Three Houses and be able to continue to provide an income for so many people. So, Mr. President, we'd like to just conclude by saying one last thing. It's strange for me that in Barbados, as the rain comes across the Atlantic Ocean, and I often tell visitors to this island that we have some of the purest, cleanest air in the world as it comes across the Atlantic and it is purified, and we go to the east and southeast coast and we breathe in deeply that salt air and we feel great. It's strange because apparently the rain that falls in Barbados, Mr. President, is not good enough for us to keep and use. But when it falls in St. Vincent and Bequia, or even in Antigua, it can go straight into a cistern and it can be used. So I believe that there is going to be, I'm understanding there's going to be some perhaps future discussion on matters like this. But we need to be very, very clear on this. The same rain that falls here falls in these other places. And I have had the pleasure to be in a place like Bequia that does not have anything other than the rain that falls upon your roof for you to use. I travel a lot. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm hopeful that I stand in support of this bill. I think it is heading in the right direction. I think there is a wider issue of water usage in Barbados that we need to address. And I'm suggesting to those who are hearing that the service that is done for us by the agricultural land owners, small, large, and otherwise, when they put strategic wells, suck wells, that replace the water into the aquifer, it does not flow into the ocean, it does not erode our land, it percolates through that coral stone, it resupplies the aquifer that allows us to keep the brackish water out and then allows us as a people to enjoy what God brings to us from heaven. So I encourage those that be looked at in other areas. And with those few words, I'm obliged to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Malauulu. Senator Dr. Brathwaite.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me, and I would like to say good afternoon to my fellow senators. Very pleased to be here today. Mr. President, I would like to associate myself with the comments that have just been expressed by my fellow Senator Malauulu, Senator Andrew Malauulu. I remember some time ago in this chamber, I made a comment that, in my opinion, Barbados is not a water-scarce country. And there were those who expressed consternation and surprise that I could express such an opinion. I felt at that time, and I still feel now, that our water resources are not managed in the way they could be, that they could be better managed, to respond to the water needs of the nation in terms of the needs for water for industry, water for domestic use, water for agriculture, water for all the variety of issues which need to be addressed in a modern society. And I support the comments made by Senator Malauulu because they strike at a very important issue which we have to consider in our nation, the management of our natural resources. The management of our natural resources, not only in the context of today, but the management of our resources for future and for future generations. One of the things that is clear to me, and I have congratulated the government on more than one occasion for the tremendous efforts that are being made to modernize the agricultural sector. And that modernization is fundamental to us moving forward as a country in our attempts to feed our people. And one of the critical things about moving forward with the new agriculture is that the new agriculture cannot be rain-fed. We are going to need irrigation facilities that provide water in the times when there is no rain. The crop that we have got to know is very, I would say, consistent with our pattern of rainfall. We get the rains when the crop is planted and when it's growing, the sugar cane I'm talking about, and when the time for harvest comes, we have the dry season. It's very convenient. It's a very convenient crop. But, Mr. President, that cannot apply to the production of food crops that have to be supplied with water continuously during their growth and development. And so, water management is not only going to be important for the new agriculture which we are proposing, it's going to be important for the new housing that we are proposing, it's going to be important for the new industries that we are proposing. Water is going to be critical for our future development. Because of that, Mr. President, I am very pleased to see that government is considering and preparing and proposing legislation to deal with the question of water management, water quality, water distribution, etc. Water rights, like land rights, tend to be one of the most controversial topics anywhere in the world. And therefore, having the government take a proactive stance in this particular case to seek to develop an equitable solution to the distribution of water between domestic use and agricultural use is a step in the right direction. I believe that the agriculture that we are proposing in order to feed this nation, its success will depend on better management of our water supplies to ensure that during those dry periods of the year, we have sufficient water to keep our crops growing. And if we are going to be effective in supplying those food needs, we must be consistent in supply. You cannot have a hotel manager who signs a contract with a farmer to provide food for his hotel, and then the farmer says to the hotel manager, well, look, we didn't have any rain, so I really can't supply tomatoes today. It can't work like that. There has to be consistency of supply. And if there's going to be consistency of supply, there has to be consistency of water. And this is where water storage and water harvesting now becomes critical. If we don't do that, you cannot have a modern agricultural sector, and therefore you cannot feed the nation. And so, the bill that is before us today, in my view, as I mentioned, is a step in the right direction because it treats with the controversy that could arise between competing interests in a community, between water for domestic use and water for agriculture. Having the BADMC establish a framework and a mechanism for resolving these conflicts and putting in place appropriate mechanisms to treat with those who seek to exploit advantages that may not be adequate or appropriate for them is a step in the right direction. Whether we promote precision agriculture, vertical farming, aquaponics, hydroponics, no matter what kind of agriculture we promote, water is going to be fundamental to our success. So the management of water resources is important for our future. I'm pleased to see that this piece of legislation seeks to give priority to water for agriculture, where the views of the farmers have been taken into consideration. It is my hope that the legislation will address a historic problem and that this mechanism will be used in other areas of conflict and that the BADMC will proceed with haste to implement this legislation to ensure that the water supply in that particular area is managed in the interest of all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Bradford. Speakers, Senator Hayward.
Mr. President, thank you for recognizing me and allowing me the opportunity to speak on this very important bill. But before I begin, sir, let me acknowledge that I find it quite interesting remarks from all of the other senators that contributed, and I will definitely touch base with them with respect to some responses that I did not think it was misleading, but may necessarily skew the discussion with respect to the provisions that the government have made with this bill. Sir, let me begin by saying that I find absolutely no pleasure in prefacing my contribution with a slight distraction with regards to a very unsettling situation that occurred a few days ago within the region, and in particular Guyana, sir. However, I find it almost to be an obligation of mine to join in solidarity with others across the region and our very own Prime Minister to extend prayers to the families and others affected by the tragic fire which took the lives of dozens of young people, 19 young people, sorry. And this is from the Town Hall Madia. I had the pleasure, sir, of going to this place roughly 3 years ago, 7 hours drive from Georgetown. And it is well known for its exploits in terms of minerals. Gold in particular is really a gold town, that's what they call it. And I had the opportunity to actually visit the school as well a few years ago. And one of the well-known persons, Mr. Roger Hines, who owns Hines Supermarket in Madia. And it is a very tragic situation, sir. I wish to associate myself with all of those persons who express condolences, and on behalf of my family and I, and certainly and appropriately on behalf of all Barbadians, I wish to extend condolences to the families, the friends, and all persons who are affected as an individual, and even more compoundedly so as a father, sir. My prayers be with the people of Guyana. Sir, on the surface, it would not surprise me if most saw this bill as an agricultural bill or a bill that focused on food security. Nothing wrong with that, sir. If persons saw it as a water security bill or a water insecurity bill, there's nothing wrong with that as well. But today I believe that this bill represents something that defines the framework of Barbados going forward in terms of how it deals with issues in a participatory manner. It represents, sir, to me, a framework that speaks to the very social fabric, not only of Three Houses, but of Barbados with respect to developing cohesion and identifying synergies where apparent conflicts may exist, sir. Sir, I would not be offended by those perspectives, but while it is true, I just want to reflect on the greater detail of the work that has been undertaken by the BADMC and the Ministry of Agriculture and the Minister of Agriculture, sir, in ensuring that all inputs from all of the key and relevant stakeholders, riparian owners, as well as the persons who may not necessarily be owners, but they're persons who were in these stakeholder meetings who access the spring as well, and for various purposes that do not have an equitable or legally equitable interest in the spring. I don't own the land that the spring runs on, yeah? Sir, the bill represents, in part, a commitment on the government to engage, to re-engage all of these stakeholders on matters that can have severe consequences on our country within the context of the same water scarcity, food security, and as I just mentioned, the very social fabric. Sir, I want to really say that at the center of this complex bill, and I say complexity because wherever persons are asked to come together to decide on something that may take away or redirect rights to access to anything that is claimed by other individuals or a group of individuals, there's always complexity. And where there's complexity and individuals involved, there's almost always conflict, sir. Sir, conflict over the right to access water within the context of other stakeholders wanting to exercise or impose that very right. Sir, when, for example, we look very far to the east and we look at, it's called the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, supposed to be the largest hydroelectrical dam in Africa, up to 5,000 megawatts. Thumbs up to the Ethiopians. Down the Nile River, we have Egypt. And the Egyptians, through their ministry, their governments, are absolutely upset about this development, not because they do not want the Ethiopians, from my interpretation, to enjoy the benefits of the hydroelectricity, but the practicality of that dam means that it has to be filled to generate electricity. And if it has to be filled, it means that those persons downstream may have to be affected in terms of reduced flows of water coming to them along the Nile River. And that is the politics of a different region, sir, so I don't want to go any deeper, but the meat of the matter on that point is that where there are people and where there's development along a collective or shared resource such as water, there's always bound to be conflict, sir. In other countries, these conflicts go further than just talk. It can be deadly. People fight, people go to war. In some East African countries that I've had the pleasure of visiting recently, people literally run farmers off of their lands because of water scarcity, sir. And these conflicts are exercised over withdrawals from the spring or the particular rivers, conflicts over the diversions along different points of the rivers, and conflicts over trespassing and restricted access to traditional access points along the course, sir. So this bill also represents a participatory process where many meetings were held. Many meetings were held with the stakeholders, not only to meet and see them, but to hear what their concerns were, sir, to document their concerns, sir. And this bill is a representation of those concerns and a representation of a process and an approach that is useful for the progression of that particular area. So behind all the technical aspects of the bill, that is offering the guidance and regulation to those who can access water, the location and what they can use there, it is really a bill that unintentionally or intentionally maintains the peace amongst the many stakeholders with an equitable interest in this particular area. Sir, there's an agreement with the unrestricted access of the BLDMC, and this is an agreement for them to come onto the properties should there be any, come onto the properties on a regular basis or as they see fit to assess the developments on the properties to ensure that it is not affecting the access or affecting other persons along the stream as well. And this may come by way of having a disproportionate effect along the stream. But sir, one other aspect I want to speak to is the emergency measures, sir. The general area, I was given a bit of history no less than 20 minutes ago about the general area being an open pond, a big pond in the past. And as such, the likelihood of flooding occurring is relatively high. It was a big pond, and naturally, the water will want to go out to the traditional pathways. And also, sir, I was given a bit of history in terms of, some aspects of liability and discussions around farmers and stuff as well. And I left that discussion with the confidence that there is an understanding amongst parties that this is perhaps one of the better aspects of this particular bill or components of this bill with regards to ensuring, sir, that past circumstances do not recur. And these are circumstances, sir, where flooding occurred before, and each individual stakeholder would take their own individual initiative to divert water in instances of flooding, uncoordinated, sometimes leading to conflict, and what one person upstream or downstream think that they're doing to protect their property was really affecting properties further downstream as well, sir. And what this bill has done via this emergency measure, this particular clause 5, is that they recognize that there needs to be a more coordinated effort in these particular circumstances, sir. It recognizes that if we leave Tom Brown and James and whoever else, sir, to set about their own mitigation effort, then the general integrity of the spring itself would be under threat. The general integrity and the general livelihoods of farmers who would access the spring, sir, would be, in effect, put in jeopardy. So, sir, we also have a continuation of the engagement with the stakeholders, not ending after the initial consultations, but we recognize it through the Oversight Committee, a combination of the Barbados Water Authority, quite correctly, quite appropriately, also the riparian owners and the BLDMC, sir. to ensure that the feedback loop, that there is a feedback loop, that the conversation doesn't end, and that there's continuous engagement. I encourage those persons with an interest to engage the Water Authority and to engage the BADMC as the entity that is going to basically have oversight for this particular bill. So, sir, a lot has been said. I would like to clarify for the record, or would like to ask further consideration when we make statements with regards to water scarcity in Barbados. I definitely associate myself with the need for continuous harvesting, but I also recognize in terms of the definition of water scarcity, whether it be economic scarcity or one focused more on the physical constructs of water actually being scarce, that the Met Office has published from time to time statements with regard to the fall in precipitation, annual precipitation from time to time. And all data, without having tables before me, shows that regardless of us producing 10 times or 20 times the amount of water, regardless of there being 10 and 20 times the amount of water coming into the island via the rain, relative to what is distributed through the BWA system, there's less and less water every year, and it is expected to get even worse, sir. That is the general notion, yeah? So with all the harvesting, which I cannot disagree with, I just want the public to know that we are a water scarce country. We're becoming even more water scarce. And we also welcome, within that context, all efforts to continuously harvest what we have, even if what we have is decreasing. So, sir, I don't want to get too deep into other aspects of agriculture. I believe that all persons here are in full agreement with regards to the intentions of this bill, the intentions of the BADMC, the intentions of setting up a management infrastructure, and all are also in agreement, to my understanding, sir, of the intentions of even the emergency measures with respect to this bill, and which is non-contentious. So, sir, with those few words, I want to associate myself with this bill. I want to ensure that the public and all other members are aware of the intentions as well. And I want to ensure that we move forward in a very collective manner, recognizing the need to do this bill, as Senator Bradford mentioned, in as expedient a manner as possible, given what is at stake, sir. So with those few words, I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Herod. Senator Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that I too can be brief, Mr. President. Mr. President, some time ago in this honorable chamber during this session of Parliament, I believe I brought a document with me, and I said that I would like to make it a document of the House. It is a document, sir, that bears what some would like to believe are secrets, but they're no secrets in print. The document is available on the internet, and it clarifies some of the statements and some of the beliefs that were made about water wells in this country. And so I'll repeat what the document is. The document is called the British Union Oil Company Survey. The British Union Oil Company Limited Survey. It is from March 1946. And the author is a geologist, a famous British geologist. And his works are in the Swedish archives. His name is Alfred Sen. It's the most comprehensive document published on all the existing water wells in Barbados that had windmills and other things on them. If you compare the number of wells that existed then as water wells and the number that are known to exist now, they are less than 40%. So I've asked what has happened to the rest. Wells don't disappear. I am afraid to think of what is being put into such wells, unless they're all capped. So I'll go no further than that. I have passed the document on to a number of persons who promised they will duly look into it. It's a very comprehensive document, and this document, sir, is a world-renowned piece of work by this geologist. Sir, I want to say, promise made, promise kept. Some years ago, sir, when the controversies raged in River Plantation about access to water, the Honorable Prime Minister took it upon herself with a party to go on site and see some of the issues, and she promised at the time that appropriate action would be taken. And the fact that we are standing here today in this chamber, debating this bill, confirms that we've come to the final position. I, sir, as a Barbadian, am proud of that. But, Mr. President, the word equitable has been thrown around, and sometimes equitable is confused with equality. They're different things, totally different things. The lawyers whom I speak to tell me that equity refers to fairness and justice, and does not mean that there's even treatment. It means there's fair treatment. And this bill, sir, is really a water rights bill. No one, I shouldn't say that. I have not heard anyone previously say that it's a water rights bill, but it's really a water rights bill. And everything about it says that it is. It probably will set the trend for what will happen in this country with water rights. Now, the bill refers to riparian rights, which, as a republic, we're talking about English common law rights, and it respects the riparian rights not only of the original owners, but with title that can be passed on. That's a big step. That's a huge step, Mr. President. To my mind, what it means is that it does not clarify who really owns the water. It says who controls it, but it does not clarify who owns the surface water. And while it solves some of the issues of the farmers and all those who use the water at River Plantation, we now have as a country to look at what happens to all the other surface water in the gullies and in the streams, some larger than a river, and some larger than 3 houses, sorry, and what we will do about them, because there were only 2 springs that were regulated with acts. The others were unregulated. Now, Mr. President, Senator Herwood spoke about the role of the BADMC and its functions as defined in this bill. I am worried about the word shall. I'm told by lawyers that shall does not necessarily mean shall as the layperson sees it. So I would like to have some explanation as if shall defines what your functions are or what you should do if you are not obligated to do it. And I refer, sir, to two things mentioned in section 5.1 and 5.2. It speaks to testing of water, because the assumption is since the BADMC has now taken on the responsibility for the spring, and it has management functions from clearing the spring down to testing the water, who will be aware and made aware of these tests? And what is the current status of this water? Because for the first time, this spring is now regulated almost like our potable water. So if the water is tested and it is found to be contaminated, will we be told? Because this water is now defined for agricultural use. But on the other hand, there are recreational activities that are allowed within the same bill that will contaminate water. I do not have to say what they are, but they've been going on for a long time, so we don't know what the real status of the water is. So when the water is finally tested, will they let us know what the status is? And secondly, do these responsibilities place the BADMC in a place where it becomes liable for acts of nature? There is a part that speaks to flooding and the requirement to divert water into wells. I think they're on the southern side, I've seen them, of Browns Pond. And the language that I saw, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm a doctor, worries me because it looks as though if I was a farmer and somebody is responsible not only for distribution of the water, but for maintaining flood control. And my crops get flooded out and I lose them. Will I be able to take legal action against you for not doing what you're supposed to do? It takes on, to my mind, a much broader aspect than just supplying water. It says that now you are responsible for mitigating flood control. And as was said earlier, Browns Pond was a nice place, not Browns Pond, River was a nice place to occasionally go and shoot ducks, migratory ducks. Because when it floods, it's a lake. The entire thing becomes submerged. And there's no doubt, unless in our lifetime, sir, the rain stops falling and in the way it comes and surprises us, at some point in time, again, river will flood. And who will take legal responsibility for all the damage that will occur to livestock and crops? I would just like that clarified, whether this bill, soon to become an act, places any particular liability on government. And sir, the bill speaks in the interpretation about pollution, and it is meant to stop persons from genuinely polluting the water source by any means. But sir, these things, sir, are only relevant if you enforce them. So if we have a situation where we know a source of pollution that is new or existing, and we do not do anything about it, then we are wasting time. So, sir, I would not only like to see the legislation pass and all the benefits that would accrue to farmers happen, but I would like to have, sir, enforcement. And I would really like clarification, sir, about whether the BADMC will be genuinely responsible for flood mitigation. It's a big responsibility. It's a huge responsibility, sir. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Nader. Senator Nurse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I shan't be very long because quite a lot of what I had pondered on have already been articulated by the senators who spoke before me. So no need to regurgitate it. But I just want, first of all, to congratulate the department, government department responsible, Ministry of Agriculture, for bringing this bit of legislation to Parliament. I think it is key. It is what I suppose you can refer to as parochial, in that it deals with a particular, area that is affected by this issue. But of course, when we begin to consider what it is all about, we realize that in a broader sense, we really need to be looking at the overall management of our water resources. And I don't know that, I don't know if there's a policy paper, I don't know if there's anything in any of the government departments or otherwise which sets out some policy on how we look forward to managing our water resources. We recognize that they are scarce resources. And I say scarce in inverted commas because the senators Brathwaite and Malalu suggested that really and truly we are not a water scarce country. But the fact of the matter is that over the past couple of years, almost every year, we have had the complaints of the farmers, we've had the complaints of the residents in various areas of the country because of the lack of available water on a consistent basis every day. So that needs to be something which occupies our attention in a broader way, in a much broader way than currently this piece of legislation will allow us to do. But nevertheless, I am glad to see that this legislation is in place, and hopefully the operation of this legislation will result in some relief being brought to the farmers in that area. And only recently, in the local press, we have seen where farmers had actually brought this issue to the attention of the public via the press. And so the question is, like a lot of other legislation, are we going to allow it to hopefully, having passed through Parliament, to languish and not be implemented to the benefit of those farmers in the area? You see, I raise that because we have a lot of legislation, Mr. President, which is on our books, but a lot of it sits there and it is not enforced for all the various reasons which can be identified. But if we don't make sure that we follow up on this particular issue, then our farmers who we are dependent upon to help us to increase our food production and to help us to guarantee that food security to which we have been speaking almost since the beginning of this particular session of Parliament, and we've been recognizing the importance of food security, then this passing of this legislation is going to be to no avail. And so the management is really key. And I'm not here going to knock on any particular agency, but truth be told, the agency that is assigned to manage this particular matter has not been the most highly performing, put it that way, of government entities. And so I don't want to hear that we couldn't do what we were supposed to do because we weren't allocated sufficient or adequate resources, that in terms of finances or in terms of personnel, to deal with this issue. As Senator Maynard said, this is a big issue, much bigger than I think we realize. To be able to maintain that the river, the stream, in a pristine manner, to make sure that we maintain it clean and provide good water for the farmers in the area. And, you know, there are some other spin-offs which I see can happen from here. I could see that if we have a properly managed, properly maintained stream, you will probably find that fish, for example, then starts to inhabit the waters. The birds, for example, will obviously come in once the fish are there. We have the opportunities to, you know, maybe provide another opportunity for hiking along the banks of the stream, and perhaps another opportunity for another tourist attraction. So I see these as spin-offs which can happen if the management takes place in the manner in which the Act intends, that it is properly maintained, and that, of course, the main aspect, which is to ensure an equitable sharing of the water from the stream, is done. And so, Mr. President, with those few words, I just want to congratulate the Ministry of Agriculture for coming forward with this bit of legislation. I didn't even realize that the previous act, as Senator Cummings suggested, was probably like over 200 years. So, I mean, without even looking at it, we know that it needed to be updated. So, again, I congratulate the government, and I trust that it will help to redound to the benefit of the farmers in the area. I am obliged, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Nurse. Any further speakers? Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I want to begin, as usual, by expressing my appreciation for the comments of the honorable senators who have spoken. I do not take for granted that it is a lot of responsibility to sit in this honorable chamber, Mr. President, and to prepare for the items of legislation that come before this chamber, to be able to represent the interests of the people of Barbados. And so the extensive conversation that we have had must have been preceded by extensive preparation for your presentation, and I take it not for granted. I just want to express my appreciation to all of the honorable members who have spoken. Now, I want to specifically speak to just two issues that were raised in the comments made by other members. Yes, It is an agricultural bill. Yes, it is a water bill. Yes, it is a people empowerment bill. Yes, it is an enfranchisement bill. Yes, it is about social cohesion. Yes, it is about engagement with people. Yes, it is a promise made and a promise kept, Mr. President, by this government. And we are very happy to have been able, again, to represent the interests of the people. And in so doing, Mr. President, I want to just make the point that when we speak about social cohesion and we speak about the interaction between legislation and social cohesion and social norms and culture, it is important for us to then speak about, as was raised by Senator Nurse, the importance of enforcement. And this is the work that occupies the extension officers who are there and now empowered by order number 3 on the order paper, Mr. President, to go into the community, go into the area, to police the spring, to engage with the riparian owners, to be able to follow all the way down to Browns Pond that which is happening in the area. Mr. President, there is a point being raised also about what happens in the event of flooding. There is, in instances, Mr. President, the mechanism of the Agricultural Development Fund, and in instances where there can be found to be a case for compensation or support of any kind, that case can be made before the members of the committee, who then in turn can and have done on more than one occasion refer that to the Agricultural Development Fund, and a decision is taken therein. But there is no automaticity based on what is written in the legislation and the mechanism that is in place. So I just wanted to respond specifically to those things and to express my appreciation for the substantive comments that were made. Now, Mr. President, this is a matter that I am certain will continue to be opined on by the Minister with responsibility for agriculture in due course, because as I said before in my own presentation, he is going to be speaking and has already begun to speak with his ministry, or to the nation, along with his ministry, about the phases of this project, including phase 2, which is imminent. And so I am confident that many of the issues that have been raised here will be dealt with by the Ministry of Agriculture. Finally, Mr. President, I'm not going to get into the question of whether we are water scarce or if we're not water scarce, because I believe that there is a body of work that has been done in a contemporary era by the Ministry with responsibility for transport and works that has looked at what our rainfall has been, what our aquifers are producing, what our water reuse policy may need to be and what it now needs to be, and how we are engaging in water harvesting. And those things, Mr. President, I believe I've said on more than one occasion that I've learned, certainly in public life, many things, but one of those things is that A plus B plus C is only good if it is divided by time, because circumstances may change, and a time series analysis, as I understand it, over how we are treating to rainfall and what our rainfall patterns have been over time has been the subject of a body of work by the Ministry with responsibility for water, but I will leave that to another discussion at another time. And so with these very few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. And next, the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honor do now leave the chair and the Senate dissolves itself into committee of the whole for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honorable Senate dissolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think it's the ayes have it.
The Senate is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that Clause 1 do not stand part.
Since this is a cognate debate, would the clerk please specify which of the two we are dealing with?
Madam Deputy President, we are still on order number 2.
Thank you. Leader of Government Business.
So, Madam President, I beg to move that, okay, no, you. I beg to move that clause 1 stand part.
The question is that clause 1 of order 2 do now stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 2 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 2 do now stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 3 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 3 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye, and those against please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 4 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 4 do now stand part. All honorable senators in favor please say aye. Aye. Those against please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 5 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 5 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye. Aye. Those against please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 6 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 6 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye?
Aye.
Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 7 stand part.
The question is that clause 7 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 8 stand part.
The question is that all honorable senators in favor do now say aye. Aye. And those against do now say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 9 stand part.
Question is that clause 9 do now stand part. Would all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 10 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 10 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 11 stand part.
The question is that clause 11 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 12 stand part.
The question is that clause 12 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 13 do no stand part.
The question is that clause 13 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 14 stand part.
The question is that clause 14 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 15 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 15 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 16 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 16 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The first schedule.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill.
The question is that the first schedule be the schedule to the bill. Will the honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Will the honorable senators against please say no? The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Will all honorable senators against please say no? The ayes have it.
Third schedule.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill.
The question is that the third schedule be the schedule to the bill. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Report.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. And all honorable senators against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this act do now pass, this bill do now pass, and be cited as the Three Houses Spring Management and Control Act 2023.
The question is that the Three Houses Spring Management and Control Act 2023 do not pass. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it. This act is therefore now passed and so cited.
Order number 3, sir. Order number 3, in the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Barbados Agricultural Development and Marketing Corporation Amendment Bill 2023.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honor do not leave the chair and the Senate dissolves itself into a committee of the whole for further deliberation on this bill. I beg to move this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill, that is the Barbados Agricultural Development and Marketing Corporation Amendment Bill, be read a second time. All the senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meetings, the ayes have it. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honor do now leave the chair and the Senate dissolves itself into further deliberation on this bill, into committee for further deliberation on this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honorable Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Meetings, the ayes have it.
The Senate is now in committee.
Just two clauses. Clause 1.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 1 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 1 do now stand part. All those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 2 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 2 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Report.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. And all honourable senators against please say no. The ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Meetings, the ayes have it. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Barbados Agricultural Development and Marketing Corporation Amendment Act of 2023.
The question is that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Barbados Agricultural Development and Marketing Corporation Amendment Act 2023. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Meetings, the ayes have it. This bill is therefore now passed and so cited. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move the suspension of this sitting of the Senate for lunch for us to resume at 10 minutes after 3 in the afternoon.
The question is that this sitting be suspended until 3:10 p.m. today. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Meetings, the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until 3:10 p.m. today.
was water scarce, whether it was water stress, and we touched a little bit on what is it that we need to do in order to be able to manage our water resources more effectively, Mr. President, to ensure that we can deliver water for the population. Now, Mr. President, as well, you would have heard me earlier in this chamber speak to the issue of Mission Barbados and the 6 missions that were declared in the context of the agreement and consensus reached in the social partnership around Mission Barbados. And one of those missions, Mr. President, that I would have alluded to previously was the issue of water security. Water security. And the recognition of that as a challenge and also as one of the critical mission objectives that Barbados needs to work on was born out of a recognition that for a government, and particularly in the context of a small island developing state, provision of water to its citizens is fundamental. It is a right for people to be able to have clean water. It is one of the reasons that it is part of the SDG framework, SDG 6, because, again, there's the recognition that it is a threat to life and livelihood. Mr. President, in fact, globally, it is suggested or it is estimated that access to water is so significant that it accounts for the leading cause of death of children under the age of 5, the lack of access to water and to clean water. And moreover, Mr. President, 84 million people lack access to drinking water. In fact, Mr. President, some would suggest that the issue of climate change is really a challenge of access to water. So fundamental the issues and the interconnections are that people are aligning climate change and the access to water as critical crises that we are facing. And we say that, Mr. President, so we would understand that as a country that is on the front line of the climate crisis, that issues of access to water now become fundamental for us as a small island developing state. But the issue, Mr. President, is complex and it is nuanced. I want to say to you, Mr. President, I'll be very honest, that I was biting at the chomp just a little bit to jump in when we were having the previous discussions in this honorable chamber. And again, the discussions about whether or not Barbados is water scarce and the poor management. But I recognize that we need to have a full conversation to be able to appreciate all of the nuances. Mr. President, it's like those of us who study the Bible. We understand that you cannot have a literal translation of the text. You need to be able to compare various versions. You need to be able to understand the historical context in which what you are reading took place, and then you need to be able to do the necessary analysis in order to be able to exegete the word. And this discussion, the discussion that we've had earlier, is one in which we cannot just call numbers, we cannot just do the simple math and the multiplication, rainfall, and this is how big Barbados is, and multiply it, and then come to the conclusion that we're not water scarce, and then come to the conclusion that the issue is just about management, Mr. President. Yeah, Mr. President. I want to be able to say, Mr. President, that we step back and look at the issues in terms of where we are in terms of our water usage and the challenges that we would face. So, Mr. President, the note that water scarcity is defined as the lack of fresh water resources to meet standard water demand. The lack of fresh water resources to meet standard water demand. Water stress, on the other hand, refers to the ability or lack thereof to meet human and ecological demand for water. So if we are saying that we are water stressed, we're also saying that we don't have sufficient resources in order to meet the needs of the society, yeah? And those needs, Mr. President, are again, our human needs, but also as well, water is critical as well for economic growth. How do we grow construction? How do we grow agriculture? How do we grow manufacturing if we do not have access to water, if we cannot meet the demand? So that we are talking about a significant issue in the context of looking at water, and particularly in the context of this discussion about water reuse. Because again, it is on the one hand, that human need about our health, to make sure that we have access to clean water, but on the other hand as well, our need to be able to grow, to be able to expand our economy, and essentially to develop. So that is why, Mr. President, that people talk about this notion of access to water as being the key crisis that we are all facing, given our current context. So, Mr. President, we note that Barbados has few streams and rivers above ground. Remember, water scarcity is that lack of fresh water. Huh? And so that most fresh water is sourced from abstraction of underground aquifers and pumping beneath the island. Mr. President, we've moved from a situation in which annually, and this is taken from the Barbados Water Authority figures, where in the early 1940s or so, we used to have about 60 inches of rainfall per annum. Now, within the last perhaps 10, 20 years, we are averaging between 58 to 56 inches of water. But again, we cannot necessarily quote these figures without the appropriate context, as I said before. Because just beyond the rainfall amounts as well, Mr. President, we ought to note that the rainy season has shifted and become even more compressed, with rain starting later. So because of climate change, Mr. President, we are getting less rainfall. So even when we talk about what is the average expected, we have to put that in one column and then put the impact of climate change in another. What is it that we would normally expect to get in the context of rainfall on an average, and then the impact of climate change and what that means in terms of what it is that we can actually expect. So we have that, we have the impact of climate change, so we know that the rainfall amounts are declining, the rainy season has shifted, so we're getting less water, and again, Mr. President, we would have talked about the drought conditions that we have been experiencing, have had experienced for a number of years. This has meant that we now have more unpredictable rains, longer dry seasons, and more stress on the vegetation. And then we also have more intense rainfall events, leading to less infiltration and more flooding. Because oftentimes people think we have real intense rain, so where's all this rain going? But we also have as well, Mr. President, a high level of runoff that happens, so we're not always able to capture all of that water. And I want to say, Mr. President, importantly, it is impossible to capture every single drop of water. I don't know, and I invite any of the honorable members here to indicate to me any country that's in it, they have 100% in terms of being able to capture all of the rainfall water. And in fact, Mr. President, I am informed by the Barbados Water Authority that it's perhaps not good to even capture all, because when we have that runoff that goes into the sea, it creates a barrier that prevents saline intrusion. If we don't have that runoff, if we seek to capture all of that, what we would have is saline incursion, which means then that our potable water then become more salty, yeah, and affect our drinking, affect our ability to drink the water because it's going to be so salty. So that there is even value in not capturing, Mr. President, all of the water, because that itself has a purpose. And that is important, to remember as well. I've also been informed, Mr. President, that we lose about 60% of our water to what is called evapotranspiration, which, as I understand it, is the natural process of evaporation that happens in the context of water. So again, Mr. President, I'm pointing to the fact that we have challenges, but those challenges should not allow us to obscure the fact that we do have a scarcity on our hands in terms of fresh groundwater, which makes this country a water-scarce country. I also want to suggest, Mr. President, that perhaps part of the challenge, again, is the recognition, or perhaps the lack of recognition, that when we talk about water scarcity, that the measure, Mr. President, of water scarcity is actually water stress. There is actually, I'm looking for it here now, how we measure that water scarcity is based on a Falcon Mark water stress indicator, Mr. President. So that sometimes the notion of water scarcity and water stress, can be used interchangeably because, again, the fact that we measure water scarcity by this measurement of water stress. Mr. President, I want to note as well that based on the figures that, again, we are doing, Mr. President, I will not say that we are where we need to be. We are far from it. There's much work that has to be done. But based on the figures provided from the Barbados Water Authority, it suggests that the total abstractions from the available groundwater resources during an average rainfall year exceed 98% of available renewable water resources. So we are abstracting, Mr. President, the large majority of available water resources. But even as we abstract that, the question is it enough to meet demand? And Mr. President, I believe that is the challenge. Mr. President, I want to go further and to quote some additional statistics for you, just in terms of looking at some consumption patterns. So if we look at domestic usage, it suggests that the estimate for consumption is 30.60 million milliliters per year. At the commercial, it's 3.55 million milliliters per year. Statutory corporations, 1.59 million a year. Hotels, 1.47. Ships, 0.29. Irrigation, 4.90. And golf courses, 0.90. And industrial, 2.60. All of those million milliliters per year. So that we're seeing that the highest usage, Mr. President, of the consumption of water is happening at the level of, one, domestics. And what we're talking about domestics, our household usage. Our household usage of water as well. And then, Mr. President, we then have irrigation, which is happening within the context of the agricultural sector. So that there is, on the one hand, the fact that we have limited rainwater, limited freshwater resources, the fact that we cannot necessarily abstract all of that. So we have that amongst, and then as well we have these high usage. And where the issue of the water scarcity and even water stress comes in is the extent to which the available resources can meet the demand. Mr. President, if we were just planning for today, if we were just looking at what is happening in Barbados today, we can perhaps hold our hands up and say, okay, it looks fairly good. But we would not be a responsible government if we were doing policy for today. We have to be doing policy based on estimates for the future. What is our future population going to look like? What is our future industrial policy going to look like? We're talking about agricultural expansion, so it means even more water in relation to agriculture and commercial use if we want, again, to expand in those areas. So that the issue now of how we conserve, people have talked about rainwater harvesting, but importantly, how we use the available resources that we have is going to become extremely important, Mr. President. And that is why we are, as a government, introducing this water reuse bill. Now, this bill has been around for some time, so it's not necessarily that it's new. There's been a number of discussions, Mr. President. It's been introduced before, but we are consolidating and bringing this bill, Mr. President, because we believe that we are at a moment in which we need to be able to go forward if we are able to meet the challenges that we have. And again, Mr. President, I go back to that notion of a government that is mission-focused and the fact that we understand that we cannot continue to run away from the complex problems and challenges, but that we have to be able to face them, even in the context of doing, again, and introducing processes that are going to be new and may even be challenging, but that to not do them will be to our peril. And this government has had a history of doing the tough things, even in the context of water, Mr. President. We came in to the cries of those in the rural areas in St. John, who months and weeks would go and did not have water. And we said we will fix it. In St. Joseph and St. John, we said we will fix it. Mr. President, we came in to feces, all in the tourist belt, and we said we would fix it, Mr. President. We are not going to run from the challenges that are complex. And like I said, Mr. President, the issues of water, how we address it and how we address access is fundamental. But Mr. President, on the one hand, and I'm going to be very honest, we have, as I said before, the issues of that we do have that lack of fresh water from our resources and how we are able to extract that. But at the same time, we also recognize, Mr. President, that we have aging infrastructure. Everybody knows we have pipes that date back to the 1850s. We have some leakage in our distribution network. We have faulty mains, Mr. President. And all of this means then that, again, yes, we will lose some of that critical water resource that we need in order then to be able to meet needs. So if we have this compendium of challenges facing us, how best then do we seek to address the challenges, Mr. President, in a proactive way? And the government has been seeking to do that and introduce a number of measures and legislation in order to make sure that we address this. So again, this is not a one-shot piece of legislation, a one-shot approach, Mr. President, to dealing with the challenge, because we understand that it's complex and it is nuanced. Mr. President, we have introduced water and land use zoning, stormwater management and flood alleviation policies, ecosystem and nearshore water management, including under the coastal zone management as well. And, Mr. President, this piece of legislation in the context of water reuse, because that is also fundamental. The context for looking at the issue of water reuse means then that we will be able to put back The estimate suggests 5 million gallons of additional water per day to agriculture and industry for secondary uses. 5 million gallons of water that we would lose using water, what is called water reclamation, which is another word again for water reuse, in order to make sure that we can harness that resource and put it back into use. And I want to say, Mr. President, to be very clear up front, because very often when we talk about these debates, when we talk about water and access to clean water and talking about water reuse, then people will begin to get a little bit concerned. So we are talking in this context about water not for drinking purposes when we talk about water reuse, but water that can be used, as I said before, for secondary purposes. Water that can be used for irrigation. Mr. President, how much water do we think we just use washing our cars every day? I would like somebody to be able to measure that, because there are people who would daily be washing their cars, yeah? And they are using the same potable water that we then have to make use of for our domestic supply to cook with, Mr. President, to make sure that our babies, I don't have any, to make sure that the babies have, again, water for their milk and all of those things. They're using that same water, that same essential water, to be able to have any babies now. That same water to do things, again, like those of us who are into agriculture have already admitted, Mr. President, in this honorable chamber that I do not have a green thumb, but those who are interested to grow things and have gardens, etc., again, like I said, irrigation, and all of those things, Mr. President, even flushing the toilets, Mr. President. Those are things that then we can reuse the water to be able to satisfy those particular needs, while we, again, on the other hand, ensure that we have water for the essential things, Mr. President. And that is fundamentally what we are talking about here in the context of water reuse. So, Mr. President, and particularly in the context of this bill, we would note as well that we are seeking to establish oversight of the process through the establishment at 5 of a committee to be known as the Water Reuse Committee. And that is important. I want to suggest that this bill provides a framework for how we will seek to manage the water reuse process. We understand, Mr. President, that it requires a strong framework to make sure that there are protocols in place to make sure, Mr. President, we do not have contamination, to make sure that it is used for the purposes that it's supposed to be used. And that is where the focus is on creating a strong institutional framework for the management of the process. And so that within the context of the bill, it provides for the Water Reuse Committee to make sure that it makes recommendations to the minister on applications for wastewater treatment permit, determine the suitability of the premises and structures on premises for wastewater treatment plants, to monitor, importantly, to monitor each permit holder to determine whether the permit holder is in compliance with the Act, to inquire in terms of complaints against the permit holder, and to make recommendations, Mr. President, in relation to any complaint around a permit holder, and also as well to the extent that the permits should be suspended or revoked in relation to wastewater treatment permits, Mr. President. So, importantly, I want to stress, Mr. President, that we understand that the introduction of the notion of water reuse is going to be something that, as a country, as a society, that we are all going to have to come to terms with as an essential facet of how we deal with our water resources. And one critical component of that is, of course, the need to make sure that the society understands and is educated and understands the multiple ways in which we can use this reuse water or reclaim water as an asset and as a benefit, Mr. President, for us in relation to our water uses. So that, Mr. President, we note as well that in the context even of water reuse, that it has some benefits even for agriculture, because the water that we are going to reuse, as I understand it, has some nitrates and other nutrients in it that are good for agricultural uses. Yeah? So that it is not just only now, just that use of the extent to which we can add to our supply, but there's actually a benefit for agriculture in the context of this reuse water that we are using. Actually, Mr. President, we had signed on to a protocol concerning pollution from land-based sources and activity. And under that protocol, we undertook to make sure that we develop the standards, the practices, the plans, and measures for the prevention, reduction, and control of land-based pollution that will impact the marine environment. And the water reuse bill is also a key step in implementing that protocol. And importantly, as I stressed before, Mr. President, that whole notion of making sure that we have an institutional framework that allows us to carefully monitor and regulate the issuing of the permits and the water reuse framework is critical. And then in the context even of this protocols, we then have additional standards that we have agreed to in order to ensure, again, against issues of pollution and contamination. And that is extremely important for us as well. And actually, Mr. President, so going back to the agricultural impact, what the analysis suggests as well is that the wastewater with its nitrate and phosphate loading can serve the dual purpose of providing the irrigation water while also providing a nutrient source. So double benefits as well in the context of the reused water in order for us to be able to then see higher yields of production in the context of agriculture. And again, this is important. I want to say, Mr. President, that it is intended that the administration of this act will fall under the Ministry of Health and operationalized, like I was speaking before, by a cross-sectorial water reuse committee. And why does it fall under the context of the Ministry of Health? Because we understand that this is a health issue as well, that this is a health concern. And therefore, the Ministry of Health will be tasked in providing the leadership for the administration of the bill, but as well because we recognize that this is going to impact across various ministries and across various stakeholders, the intent is that we do have this multi-sectoral, cross-sectoral committee that will be established. And I want to stress here, Mr. President, because very often, again, we're accused of not necessarily embracing the full gamut and nuance of the measures and policies that are put in place. But in the context of this water reuse and the establishment of the committee, we've paid attention specifically to that nuance, and that's the reason, again, by making sure that we have this cross-sectoral water reuse committee. Importantly, there is already significant cooperation happening between the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Environment as well. And as well, may I add, Mr. President, as well, the Ministry of Public Works, and particularly where it involves the Barbados Water Authority as well. So already there is collaboration and discussion. We recognize that this is also going to involve testing. So it means then that we have to work with laboratories, etc. And Mr. President, we are working to make sure that we have those conversations, that we do get the necessary buy-in and bring people on board to make sure that we have the sufficient infrastructure for the administration of this water reuse. The intent, and I do want to stress again that in the context of this bill, that reclaimed water that we are talking about here is intended for non-potable uses. Mr. President, I cannot stress that enough. It is not intended for drinking. This is not water that we are giving back to people to drink. The intent is for non-potable uses, Mr. President. And again, we talk about some of those uses in the context of what we need to be able to replace the use of our current potable water with this reclaimed water. And I think, Mr. President, I would want to really call on Barbadians. And I hope that we're not deterred by this notion that we're not water scarce, you know, where we have sufficient water, etc. Because it's important that people understand that we still need to be able to conserve. We still need to be able to conserve water, Mr. President. Just because we see that we are having heavy rainfalls now, as I said before, this should not obscure the fact that we may have heavy rainfall for 2-3 days and no rainfall for 2-3 weeks. And the extent to which that balances out, Mr. President, is then something that we have to then deal with. And I made the point before and reiterate it again, that we have to look not at today. We have to make sure that we are future-proofing, Mr. President. What is the analytics when it comes to climate change and its impact for the next 5-10 years, Mr. President? What does the water usage look like next 5-10 years? And the question that we must ask ourselves as a government, as citizens, is whether or not we want to be able to take the risk that we do nothing, that we don't act. And then, what will be the implications? Mr. President, I want to note, as I said, and I indicated previously, how the government, through various policy measures, have been trying to address various aspects of this issue. But also note as well that, again, under the Barbados Water Authority, that we have been attempting to make sure that we can attract grant funding to help deal with not only the issue of addressing the water scarcity, but also the infrastructure as well. As I talked about before, the old pipes, the leakage, etc. We understand that that is also critical to addressing the issue. So we are not here claiming, Mr. President, that this water reuse is intended to be the fix-all, that by implementing this water reuse policy, Mr. President, that we will have addressed the fundamental issue of access to water and how we should address it. That is not what this bill is attempting to do. We fully understand that this is one plank in the process, but we are also working on the other pillars. The Barbados Water Authority, through grant funding from the Global Environment Facility, and also as well through the Green Climate Fund, is seeking resources in order to repair mains, Mr. President, in order to ensure that we reduce leakage, in order to better measure what is called that non-revenue water, that water that is lost, Mr. President, again through leakage, etc., so that then we can be able to adapt and to see where it is that that leakage is occurring, what it is that needs to be repaired and replaced, Mr. President. So that itself is an ongoing program and body of work as well. We talked also as well about the issue of water harvesting, and that is also critical to the process and something that we need to be able to address. So as I said, Mr. President, multiple planks to this issue of access to water. It is complex, it is nuanced, Mr. President, and I hope that we are appreciating the complexity of the issue, but also as well appreciating that government, again, is trying to face it and fix it in the context of making sure that we can deal with the issue of water reuse and how we can ensure that we can at least make sure that we are able to use the water that is available. So the act that we have, the bill that we have before us, establishes a permitting system for the water reuse. It sets out a clear process for the production and the sale of the reclaimed water that is safe for the intended uses, non-potable, Mr. President. It establishes, as I said before, this water reuse committee. It provides guidelines, Mr. President, for the permitting process as well to be issued, and the creation as well and maintenance of a wastewater register as well is also a requirement under the bill. And therefore, Mr. President, it makes provision to make sure that we address the following issues: establishing a focal point to administer the bill, which, as I indicated before, is the Ministry of Health, so we know who has responsibility for addressing these issues. Establishing the committee with oversight for the permit process. Providing for issuing of the wastewater treatment's permit to operate. Requiring, Mr. President, monitoring, inspecting, sampling of effluent, and determining compliance with issued wastewater treatment permits, investigation of complaints, and preparation as well of guidelines, Mr. President. So the bill provides for a framework, and we fully understand, Mr. President, this is going to be part of ongoing conversations and dialogue. This is, Mr. President, an act. We need to be able to have the guidelines developed, the regulations fully fleshed out, and that will involve ongoing conversations with key stakeholders as part of this. So this is not, and we're not saying, Mr. President, that after this passes, we open up and then permits will begin to be issued right away, and we'll have all of these permits circulating. That is not the case. We fully understand, as I keep saying, the complexity and the nuancing of the process, and we are also fully committed to continuing as well to be able to engage with the necessary stakeholders. Mr. President, I close by again reiterating the importance of this bill as a critical plank to addressing what is globally, Mr. President, this is not a Barbadian issue. This is not even a Caribbean issue. This is a global issue that is recognized as a critical threat facing humanity in the context of access to water. I stress, Mr. President, as a small island developing state, that we have to make every conscious effort that is focused and targeted to be able to address the issue for future generations. And that is our test, Mr. President, for future generations. That is the test of a good government, Mr. President. And that is what this water reuse, Mr. President, this water reuse bill is attempting to do. I'm obliged, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Moroni. Move the second reading.
Yes. Mr. President, I do not beg that this bill be read a second time.
Thank you very much. Any contributors to the debate? Senator Malado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject that we dealt with a little bit earlier. I'll deal with a couple of other areas, if I might. First of all, I guess I would like to start out by saying that I have a document in front of me entitled The Government of Barbados State of the Environment Report 2000. Very, very informative document, Mr. President. And I'm very pleased to say that in the foreword of this document is delivered by none other than our Deputy President, Senator, the Honourable Elizabeth Thompson. In this document, 23 years now old, in the foreword, and if I might quote, it reads, "It is the government's wish that the report should serve as an accurate source of information to all citizens, as well as international interest. It's also designed to provide a platform on which future analysis can be built and a yardstick against which Barbados' stewardship in the area of environmental resource management can be objectively assessed." Excellent document, excellent lead into it. And I'm very pleased to say in section 5.4.1 on page 45, Mr. President, I will again like to quote, with your permission, the last paragraph of section 5.4.1, and the report says, "It is clear that Barbados' water demands exceed a sustainable yield. Under these circumstances, the risk of salt water intrusion into the aquifers due to over-abstraction constitutes a significant source of stress to the quality of the water supply." Mr. President, it would be reasonable to ask, why have I gone to this document from 23 years ago? It was published in 2001, so in fairness, maybe let's say it's 21 years old. I'm saying because this is not a new problem, Mr. President. This is a problem that has been recognized by previous governments, by previous parties, many different people. The problem hasn't changed, Mr. President. What is perhaps an issue with this is that we haven't done anything about it. I struggle with this, Mr. President. I struggle. I struggle, and the Honourable Senator, in referring to some comments I made earlier, seeks to belittle, in my estimation, the points that I made with regards to the reasonable capture of excess water on the surface and to look after our suck wells, as if I'm looking at this problem in a very flippant way. Mr. President, I'm not. I've thought about this and I've looked at it. And my points stand, regardless of what the Honourable Senator has sought to make some small other points against it. In any case, let me get to the substantive matter of this bill. I applaud the government in this bill. This is something that we have needed for a long time. We needed this since 1996, Mr. President, when, unfortunately, a regulation that originated in our Town and Country Planning Office required all houses, and if my recollection is correct, of 1,200 square feet or more to build a cistern for the collection of rainwater. 1,200 square feet, I remember, and it's a number of gallons per square foot of the roof. From 1996 until whenever this act comes to being and is implemented in its fullness, we have had all of this water that we were unable to use effectively, and repeatedly the private sector, other government agencies have talked about it. And the problem was, it was a lack of coordination between the TCPO office and the EPD, because the EPD, the Environmental Protection Department, Mr. President, refused to allow the water to be used in the toilets, as this bill is now allowing us to do. So I applaud government in fixing this problem that was about since 1996. So I don't have a whole lot to say on here. I would like to address that the legislation refers to the committee that will deal with further regulations, and I would like to suggest that we want to be careful in over-regulating this matter. The grey water that is produced to be used in agriculture, the We're going to need a building code. The plumbing side of it needs to be addressed so that we understand how we can take the water that we've collected from the roofs, and we can plumb that and use it into the toilets without having the possibility of contaminating the drinking water within the residents, etc. We need to understand that, so there's a lot of work, I think, Mr. President, that's going to need to be done after this part of it is done. But it is an excellent start. Let me repeat that. I think this is an excellent start in the right direction, and it corrects, and it does show some action on things that were talked about as far back as 2000. I would like to make one other suggestion before I conclude, Mr. President, which is that I would hope that in short order, this committee, having gone in this direction with this legislation, we could address how we could expand the storage of potable water at residences, commercial buildings, hotels, and the like. This addresses an expansion of how to use grey water. But had we, in 1996, instead addressed that TCPO regulation to a potable water supply, if you think of how many houses have been built since then, how many hotels or commercial buildings, if each of them had been required to have a potable water storage, the capacity for storage would not only rely on what the Barbados Water Authority could build, it would have also almost generically expanded, if I could call it that. So I do hope that this is a start to a continued focus on how do we store more water, how do we capture more water, how do we treat with agricultural land where we are capturing the water, all of those things. I hope that this is a start to it. And with those few words, Mr. President, as I say, I shall endorse the direction of this bill, and I am happy to support it, and I look forward to the other comments of my fellow senators. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Malauulu. Senator Dr. Brathwaite.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me, and I have a few brief comments on the legislation or the draft legislation which has been presented to this honorable chamber. The bill says a bill to provide for the capture, collection, treatment, and reuse of wastewater for various purposes. I think, Mr. President, it is clear to me that the bill provides a legal framework for the use of wastewater for use in our country. It recognizes, in my view, that the use of wastewater will contribute to increasing the overall water supply, both for domestic and for agricultural use. Mr. President, the plans are clear. The mechanism for management is clear, with the provisions for the use of a multidisciplinary committee, a register of users, penalties, and appropriate administrative redress for contravention of the provisions of the bill. I would like to congratulate the government for its foresight in bringing this to the chamber and for seeking to address the issue of water and water management in our country. Well, Mr. President, I have a few concerns related to the document which has been presented to us today. My first concern relates to page 21, section 24D, where the use of black water, there's caution on the use of black water for agricultural use. Page 21, section 24D. The use of black water for irrigation and treatment and edible crops, which are to be sold or otherwise supplied for human consumption. I think there's an important part of the bill that needs to be managed carefully. And I would advise that appropriate steps be taken to ensure that all food safety regulations that relate to the proper management of edible produce be taken into consideration when we speak of the use of wastewater. We have seen over the years, Mr. President, efforts which have been taken to remove from the market crops that have been contaminated by wastewater, by E. coli and other bacteria, causing gastrointestinal infections, disease, and health challenges in populations around the world. And therefore, it's important that we be careful and vigilant to ensure that we do not, in seeking to solve one problem, create another. Because it is important that where wastewater is used for edible crops, especially crops that are not being cooked, lettuce and other crops, leafy greens that are not cooked, but are used for salads, etc., are not treated with black water that can transmit diseases of the gastrointestinal type. And so I would urge caution, vigilance in ensuring that we adhere to appropriate food safety standards and procedures in the use of this kind of water for edible crops. That's my first comment, Mr. President. My second comment relates to section 26(1)(d). 26(1)(d), where we speak to administrative penalties. In that section, Mr. President, it's indicated that, if I can find it, in that section it's indicated that there will be an administrative penalty, administrative penalty of $5,000 for the contravention of certain provisions of the bill. Now, it's not clear to me, Mr. President, the difference between contravention and an offense. There is a penalty for an offense, and there's penalty for contravention. And there's a difference between the penalty for the offense and the penalty for contravention. And it's not clear to me what's the difference in this particular case. It also says that the minister, quote, the minister may, subject to subsection 4, impose on the permit holder an administrative penalty of $5,000. And then on the next page, it says in section 6, page 23, section 6, a person who is in receipt of an administrative penalty shall pay the amount of the penalty to the minister and comply with any additional requirements contained in the notice on or before the date specified in the notice. Again, Mr. President, it's not clear to me what mechanisms exist in terms of paying to the minister an administrative penalty. I assume that there are appropriate administrative procedures in place for the payment of fines, where those fines contravene the law. But I'm concerned that here in this particular document, there's room for an administrative penalty to be paid to the minister. Mr. President, this is not clear to me as to how this will be managed, who will supervise it, how will it be paid, what receipt will be provided, what redress the person who has to pay this administrative penalty may have if the person believes that they have not been fairly treated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I believe, Mr. President, with all due respect, that this requires some clarification as to how an administrative penalty in the context of this particular legislation will be managed, as opposed to a contravention of the legislation where a fine is in fact imposed. Other than these concerns, Mr. President, I have no difficulty with the bill as presented. I think it opens an opportunity for us to be more efficient in the use of the water resources of the country. And I believe that going forward, we will be able to take advantage of available water in a more effective way and therefore contribute to our water sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Bradford. And the speakers, please. Senator Maynard.
I too will be brief again, Mr. President. Mr. President, this bill is long overdue. And I concur with Senator Malalou that a lot of people's money has been spent and there's been a lot of dengue in this country and deaths because people were never told or educated, and we still haven't done it, about the use and the purpose of having a cistern as a compulsory requirement when your house is over, I think it's 1,250 square feet, but I stand corrected. Mr. President, there's even in the dry season, unlike in those cisterns where the person actually uses the water, there are many cisterns in this country that are still filled with water that provides a breeding source for mosquitoes. And the question about potable water storage makes good sense because we have seen what happens when the power goes off in areas and pumping stations do not have power, and therefore the water that's in the reservoir cannot be pumped. But even if you had a potable water source and you cannot pump it unless it has gravity feed, you may have problems accessing it. So there has to be a lot of thought given to the engineering aspect, simple as it may seem, when we advise people on potable water storage. I don't know what the mathematical permutation is, but it would be a large volume of water if every house in Barbados had potable water storage, an exceptionally large. And our reserve of potable water would be massive. I wondered, Mr. President, whether there could be an incentive for people to install, a tax-deductible incentive for persons to install potable water tanks. Now, Mr. President, we've stood here today and debated two important bits of legislation related to water. But no one has dared to talk about the sewage that goes into the ground. What this legislation might do is that it might reduce the impact by reducing the volume of some of that sewage that goes into the ground. If it is applied to future communities where, I suppose, in areas like new developments like the Hope Project, in the same way that you could have, in the same way, Mr. President, you could possibly have photovoltaic electricity generation, one may be able to look at secondary sewage treatment, Mr. President, and the water can go into a communal pond to fund the next door plantation. So who knows what we can do with it if we think right through it. But what it will demand, Mr. President, is energy. It will demand energy, Mr. President, and energy is very expensive. So in the same vein that we speak about potable water, and 70% of the water, 7% of the cost is energy, we will probably have to apply some brains and work out how much it will cost us to do all of this. But it will cost energy, and it will cost money. And it will not be cheap. I do not know if it will be cheaper than desalination. I am not willing to hazard a guess, but maybe someone will tell us. Someone must have thought about it. Now, Mr. President, the world is changing, and what used to be functions solely of government are becoming the responsibilities of individuals and communities. But we have to remember, Mr. President, that if we want to have some of the responsibilities of government passed back to the community, the taxes that we pay the government for those functions will have to be looked at. So I cannot be paying a garbage and sewage tax, Mr. President, for treating my sewage when somebody else is now doing it and making money on it. So there has to be considerations for, well, if you are paying someone to collect it and somebody else is processing it and selling it back, well, do I have any share in that ownership? Because I'm paying a tax every month for that process. I just throw that out there because it is all about money. Because these processes that we've outlined here will all cost money. I noticed, Mr. President, very interestingly, that as Senator Bartlett did, that the fee is paid to the minister. I have not seen that or a penalty in any other legislation, and someone can tell me whether it's meant to be so or not. And I'm a little bit surprised, since I didn't have time to read the bill before today or get any clarification on it. Now, there are lots of details that are left to work out, Mr. President. The section of the bill that speaks to the uses of grey water, Mr. President, one could almost add on anything other than potable. And there are functions that happen in the community, like construction, where large volumes of water are used, and most of that water tends to be potable water. And we are paying top dollar for potable water. Senator Malalu says that it is still cheaper than in some other parts of the world. And maybe it is, but for a lot of people in this country, it is an expense. Mr. President, if all of these things that we wish to do with the water that we have to recover are done, it might ease the burden somewhat on the demand for water for things other than potable purposes. Because at present, the only source of water we have is potable water, except in the places where you have irrigation wells. But what we must not do, Mr. President, what we must not do is lose sight of what will happen, as has happened before, to our reefs and to our streets when things go wrong. And I feel, Mr. President, that we only had maybe one sewage treatment plant or two, and we were not able to manage them at some points in time. And design and relevance is everything. And I don't know the details, Mr. President, that we have not seen any of what will be the size of these plants that you can apply for, what regulations will control them. But we have to have a plan for mitigation, Mr. President. It's one thing having 2 national plants go down, but when you have lots of small plants, you have to have the manpower to truly monitor them, Mr. President. Because when they go wrong, and they will go wrong, we have to have the trained manpower to fix them and the resources to clean up, literally, the problems that it will cause. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Miller. Senator Dr. Hayne.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me this afternoon. I would like to contribute on this debate related to the water reuse bill, and I listened intently to the contributions of my colleagues. I especially appreciated Senator Dr. Brathwaite's take, particularly as it related to the angle as it related to health, particularly where he spoke to concerns related to the types of fruits and vegetables that tend not to be cooked before consumption. But I also wanted to highlight that this is one of the reasons that this government took the position that it was going to transfer the responsibility for the operationalization of this act from the Ministry of the Environment to the Ministry of Health. And if you take a look at the composition of the Water Reuse Committee, it's actually chaired by the Minister of Health or one of his nominees, and also has representation from the Chief Medical Officer, the Chief Agricultural Officer, and a number of other technocrats that will work on specifying the terms of what types of water require which specific sets of treatment. And I would like to say further to this that I think it's one of the reasons why it's important that wherever possible, we should be allowed to see the regulations that should accompany these bills, so that when we come to debate that we really have a full picture of what's being presented. But I did appreciate the point that you made. I wanted to actually open my contribution by saying I went to a restaurant recently, and typically when they're offering you water, you'll hear, would you like sparkling water, would you like still water, or would you like Bajan's Finest? And I thought to myself, why would we be using Bajan's Finest to hose down our driveways, to wash our cars, to wet the hedge, to wet the lawn? So I think that this move, while it speaks more or less to the more commercial or industrial aspects of water reuse, I do look forward to the day where householders can be encouraged to participate on a wider level, because we all understand the value of water. Water is the kind of resource, it covers over 70% of the planet. We know that no life form on Earth can survive without water. But here we are using it in a way sometimes that doesn't show that we really appreciate its value. And in the context of a water scarce country, as it's been established that Barbados in fact is, being the 15th most water scarce country on the planet, we have a responsibility to be better stewards of this rare but valuable resource. And I want to commend everyone who had a role in bringing this bill before us, and I look forward to its operationalization. Why am I struggling with this word today? In my research, I found that there were actually 16 different wastewater treatment plants, or regardless of whether large or smaller scale, already in existence. And of those, 18 are already practicing water reuse. I believe that the Environmental Protection Department had a role in terms of the monitoring, but this kind of formalizes it a bit more. And I think that the bill really tried to cover, but once again, I look forward to seeing the regulations that will follow. It's expected to add an additional 5 million gallons to our water supply, and this is something that's critical. Right now, we are living in drought conditions. We all know that a prohibition was set out from April 24th to extend to the 30th of June of this year, based on recommendations from the Caribbean Association for Meteorology and Hydrology. They said that we're basically going back through an El Nino phenomenon. The World Meteorological Organization also recently concluded a meeting where they released a press document that indicated that for the first time within the next 5 years, the planet is expected to get to temperatures that surpass the 1.5 degrees Celsius. For the first time, there's a 66% chance that the global temperatures will surpass 1.5 for the first time compared to pre-industrial levels. And that's the level that we said was the point of no return. So here we have a situation where we're experiencing drought conditions. Our aquifers aren't having the opportunity to recharge. That's compounded by our climate reality, where the oceans are getting hotter, and we are seeing less rainfall. We have a critical situation, and I think that what we're doing here is going to better put Barbados in a position where we can manage resource in order to support not only livelihoods, but support the industries that we want to see transform in the next few years. I had a chance to take a look at the estimates related to agriculture. I noted that the Ministry of Agriculture has made a significant investment in water harvesting. Their ministry specifically has established water harvesting facilities at River that has a 6 million gallon capacity, at Layers with a 21 million gallon capacity, Haggett's with a 4 million gallon capacity, Bawden's with 2 different 3 and 4 million capacity water harvesting plants. And I just wanted to say that we are dealing with our water scarce situation in a multiplicity of ways. We are not only dealing with water reuse, we're dealing with water harvesting. In addition, we understand that the Green Climate Fund has invested an $80 million grant that will be put towards upgrading our mains in terms of upgrading our reservoir systems. We know that there have been chronic issues plaguing the north of the island. Typically, this has been related to the aged infrastructure. The mains in some parts of the country are over 160 years old. You are sure to see a burst main most days of any week, but overall, we know that this is a very, very costly venture. It's going to be something that we will have to tackle over the longer term. It will take time, but we've already seen significant investment made. We no longer see people on the east of the island complaining. The Vineyard Water Augmentation Project has done significant benefit to the people on the East Coast. I actually have a member of staff who lives in St. John, and I remember her complaining about the road being dug up. So I said, is it a roadwork situation. It turns out it was actually that they were doing mains replacement in order to run water to supply her area. So I had to ask her, circle back and ask her, when last have you had issues related to your water supply? And not at all recently. So with the recognition that we are facing a challenge that has several different factors feeding in, whether it's our basal water supply and our groundwater supply being low, whether it's related to rising temperatures, or whether it's related to aged infrastructure breaking down, and the fact that close to 40% of the water that's extracted from aquifers never actually makes it to our pipes. On the other side of it, we're trying at our best to invest and to conserve and to make sure that we can meet our needs. I am looking forward to seeing the regulations that will accompany this act, but overall I think it's a fantastic move and it's consistent with the developmental and transformation plans that have been outlined for the country. Mr. President, I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Haynes. Senator Harewood.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President. This seems like a very familiar position. It seems as though I was standing sometime today representing an issue related to water. I don't know if it's deja vu, sir. But I am, however, thankful for the opportunity to make representation on this very revolutionary document in terms of the water reuse bill, sir. Sir, I want to begin by making mention of a document that I have in my possession. It is called the Barbados State of the Environment Report 2000, published by the United Nations Environment Program for the Ministry of Physical Development and the Environment for Barbados. And in her absence, sir, the Deputy President would have been the person who had a forward in this particular document as well. And I want to just mention quite briefly page 48 of this document, which spoke to, let me just put it out very quickly, which spoke to a situation of scarcity, sir. It spoke to a situation of scarcity at that particular juncture. It spoke to the increasing demand with respect to water from the urban expansion, urban developments, and increasing demands in even the tourism sector as well, sir. I would take the point for sure that this bill, based on the time frame between 2000 and now, is long in coming, but I want us to focus on the fact that this bill is here, sir. I want us to focus on the fact that, irrespective of how long it took, that this government has taken the decision to get us to this point, and that it has been a course of ups and downs with regard to establishing the technical aspects of this bill. But nonetheless, sir, I want to commend this government for getting us here in 2023, sir. Sir, I also want to address the point of regulations. And whereas I understand and I appreciate the notion that we should be careful to not over-regulate, we are dealing with water, sir. And we're dealing with the potential of non-potable water in a parallel network, not the same network, in a parallel network with potable water. So I want to caution on the flip side, sir, that we do not under-regulate, when it comes to having substances of a non-potable nature being established in the same environment as a substance in a potable nature, and any risk of cross-contamination that would hold the entire system very much at risk, or putting health and lives at risk, sir. So I understand that we may not want to over-regulate, but this is something that has implications on the lives of people if not done correctly, and we should not under-regulate as well, sir. Sir, I want to say that it was also mentioned with respect to the use of black water in the agricultural sector, and I want to echo the sentiments of Senator Haynes in terms of, Senator Dr. Haynes, sorry, in terms of having the regulations before us to give further information or further insight. I do know, sir, that this particular bill, when it becomes an act, sir, will have regulations that speaks to the classification of water, sir, so that we understand fully well that water is not water, and non-potable water is not non-potable water. Suffice it to say, as I have made representation in a different form, the same ecological constructs of water being used for lettuce is not the same as the water we use for a potato, given the fact that the end process, one is normally cooked for those persons who cook the potatoes before they eat them, sir, is different from lettuce, which can be basically pulled from the ground and consumed right away. So we do understand that the use of black water in this particular case may not necessarily be seen within the light of the health provisions, but I want to give the assurance that those regulations and those specifications are definitely being considered at the level of the regulations as well, sir. Sir, this has been a very non-contentious debate, so I really want to point to some opportunities that this offers, sir. And this is a revolutionary bill. When I spent a number of times in Grenada and in Carriacou in particular, and there's a season called Let Go season. And that is a season where, essentially dry season, you basically let go all the livestock you have. So in Grenada, during the dry season, you go over there, in Carriacou in particular, sorry. When you go over in Carriacou, you see sheep, goats, few cows roaming the street all over the place, sir. And persons wonder why. And this is because the farmers, the persons who own these animals, don't have water at home. So they allow them to roam and forage. I don't know what is the mechanism that they use, but it seems as though every person gets their animal back to them. Every single person. There's never a dispute with respect to whose sheep that is or whose cow that is. And sir, that is the nature of the circumstance that we are facing here in Barbados. It may not be the situation we are facing, but we must look at those extreme parameters. In Petite Martinique, it is even worse, sir. We must look at those extreme circumstances that we do not want to get to. And that is why we are looking at water reuse. Water reuse, sir. We have water harvesting in the water system. We have water treatment and storage. We have water distribution, and water reuse plugs that gap in terms of water redistribution. So the opportunity, sir, selling. Now allow my mind to wander a bit here, sir, but I'm thinking for the commercial sector, the private sector, this is a significant opportunity to generate economic activity where it has not perhaps been thought of, and I wouldn't necessarily take credit or commission for the particular suggestion I'm going to make, but it offers opportunities, sir, for the commercial sector in Barbados to come on board for economic purposes. Picture, sir, Dumfont Bell, where we have entities such as Hansel Innes Limited, located next to the cricket stadium, Kensington. Now imagine with all the roofing space that Hansel Innes has, imagine all the staff that Hansel Innes has, persons that consume water for different reasons throughout the day. And imagine, sir, if we had to install a treatment plant that met the specifications in alignment to this particular bill, and Hansel Innes decided that we have enough to run our plant to do what we do for non-potable purposes, non-potable water purposes, but we also have excess. It means now that Hansel Innes could take, that entity could take the excess treated water for non-potable reasons, and with a network right next door, sell it to the Kensington Oval at a cheaper rate. Once they meet all the specifications for this, sir, so we have to be very innovative or think innovatively in terms of what this bill has to offer. It also offers the opportunity, sir, for upgrading the existing skills for plumbers, because now we're looking at dual plumbing. And there is a proof of concept with respect to this, sir. It is not going to be rocket science for our plumbers. We already have it existing by way of Coverley with this dual plumbing, a purple pipe, if some person's care to go up there and see the plant. Purple pipe really represents the retreated water, and the white pipe for the potable water coming from the BWA service as well. It also offers opportunities, sir, and Senator Maynard made reference to the dependence on energy. It offers the opportunity now to integrate some of these systems with renewable energy solutions such as solar, sir. The pumps there, solar water pumps, we used in Grenada in 2014 under a climate change project from a company in Germany called Lawrence. It already exists. Most persons now across Africa are looking at the DC renewable energy systems, not the AC system, which is solar and inverter, but you're bypassing the inverter and getting the direct current from the solar panel straight into a battery, sir, a DC battery. And that saves up to 70% of the energy from the sun relative to what happens now with the regular AC systems, which is about 30% efficiency the most. So all of that means there are options out there, sir, to make this a sustainable system with respect to water reuse. We have the renewable energy, which will offer jobs for persons to train. We have the geoplumbing to enhance the skill sets of the plumbers, and also the most creative aspect of what I mentioned. I really would love for the private sector of Barbados to come on board and explore and exploit this water reuse bill for what it is, and for what it will be, in terms of looking in their direct vicinity to see how they can reuse their excess water, if they generate excess water, to bring some funds into their institution as well, sir. So, sir, I believe that the government of Barbados is moving in the right direction. This is a bill that surpasses most of the other similar legislation within the Eastern Caribbean that I've reviewed. Some of them don't even have this particular provision. They've spoken about it maybe 20 years or so back, similar to the report I mentioned. But we have taken the step today, sir, to make this vision a reality, sir. We've taken the first step towards the sustainability of our consumption patterns with respect to the water reuse bill. But, sir, I want to close on a line of caution, through you to all Barbadians, that the real elephant in the room is conservation. Conservation is the real serious aspect that needs to be addressed. So the government is doing its part, and the people of Barbados can do their part in terms of making the provisions for water reuse. But you can reuse water 20 times, and if you reuse it in a way that is wasteful, sir, you are hampering the overall effectiveness of the water network in Barbados. And that speaks to conservation and the efficiency of consumption as well, sir. It is something that we need to tackle along with this legislation, and that is an aspect that I'm pleased to say that the Barbados Water Authority is looking to move full speed ahead as it will roll out a program in the near future that will be communicated through the effective channels, sir. So water conservation is the next particular aspect that I would stick a pin to in terms of caution, but recognizing overall, sir, that we have to start someplace. And we've chosen today to start on water use. It is long in coming. I believe that this will lead the way for many other innovations in Barbados. I believe that it addresses some of the shortfalls within which we always speak of in terms of persons wasting water constantly. And even in the agricultural sector, sir, when we look at fisheries, perhaps one of the biggest uses of water in the agricultural sector in fisheries is washing on the boats. The boats are washed with potable water. Now imagine if we had to implement an on-plant system, which is possible at both the Bridgetown and Oistins markets, where the water being used is basically water that, one, they can use from the roof, yes, but they can use the water that the fish vendors use to clean the fish, which has to be potable water to meet phytosanitary standards. But currently it is run out to different storage areas. So, sir, I want to end by saying that this water use bill, yes, it speaks to the treatment of wastewater, but it offers significant economic opportunity and innovation throughout Barbados once implemented correctly, which we will do as a government, sir. So with those few words, sir, I would like to commend this bill and would like to offer my full support on behalf of all other senators on this side. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. So, Mr. President, as with everyone else here who's spoken so far, I do think this is very useful. I've learned a lot today. I've learned a lot here, and I also learned a lot outside of here. I do appreciate the assistance that was offered today so that we could engage with an expert in the area to try and better understand this bill. There are still questions that I have, and I expect that perhaps others those in the public may have some questions as well as to how this is going to function. So when we have access to this water, how is it getting to the places that it needs to get? Does this mean that we have to have a second set of piping that disrupts the roads? Do we have to dig up roads again, etc., to distribute this water across the island, whether it is for agriculture or other purposes, which are outside of eating, drinking, bathing, and so on? So this may be one question that people have about the implementation. There are some questions that I had as well as to what kinds of entities might be able to supply this water. So are we talking about the Barbados Water Authority alone? Would I be able to set up this kind of plant? I'm not quite certain. Is anyone who has an interest in this and who says, all right, I'm going to start collecting rainwater, would they then be able to apply for these permits? And as has been mentioned in here already, perhaps things like the regulations that would give us a sense of the cost of the permits and some of the things that people would have to do in order to attempt to do this would be useful. So what I note here is, and there is something that's troubling me a little bit about this, about speaking today, and I understand that sometimes things need to be done quickly. I understand that there is urgency at times, but I like to have more time to process and to do some background checking on my own and this sort of thing. But I knew that this looked familiar to me as well, familiar-ish. And that is because I had to go back. You know, sometimes you doubt yourself and you wonder, as Senator Harewood said, is this deja vu? But it isn't, because we actually were able, we had sight of this document, a version of the water reuse bill in March. But that version is different from this one. And some of the things that are different, I don't know why the changes were made, but that previous document contained 3 schedules. This one contains 1. One of those schedules had things such as the permit fees. It had a lot of other information about things like conflict of interest that should not pertain for those who will be doing some of the regulation and so on. So there are differences in these 2 versions of the bill that I don't have any information on as to what's the rationale behind the changes here. So what I'm trying to say here is that although this is useful, there are still some questions that I would love to have answered, and not just for my personal curiosity, because I am personally curious about it, but also for that of the public, so that, you know, when we see things happening, people complain, they're always digging up the roads, that people have an understanding that this is not, you know, just, perhaps you've just replaced some old pipes, and people are asking, why is this road being dug up again? You have an understanding that this is connected to something that is of broader or wider import nationally in terms of dealing with our issues connected to water. And as I said, my other questions surrounding who can do this, what are the requirements to do this? Is this an emerging sector in the economy that people can get involved in the sale and distribution of water? There is a part of this legislation that also talks about the supply. So if I have collected some water and I put a pipe into my neighbor's garden so that they too can benefit from the fact that I have a tank that collects rainwater, am I in breach of the law? Because I'm supplying and I don't have a permit. So, I mean, some of these things that may affect, it might seem like a little issue, but if someone is infringing the law, it would be helpful for them to know that if you are collecting water in this way at home, it is for you. You are not supposed to be supplying it to the rest of the village or the district or anything of the sort, at least according to this legislation, unless you have a permit. So if you have a community garden that is just on the lot next door to you, you shouldn't really be using as far as I understand, your resources at home that you are collecting, whatever, whether it is from your washing machine or you collect rainwater to supply others. So, Mr. President, I'm being very brief here. I would want to reiterate my concern that we have more time to assess legislation, especially legislation as important as this. It really is important. We've heard here already how critical water is to all of our lives, how important this matter is to Barbados because of the scarcity. I have some little concerns about the health and safety elements that Senator Dr. Brathwaite raised, as well as Senator Dr. Haynes. We wouldn't want to be, even in our own activities at home, doing things that then cause illness unintentionally because we think that we are helping to conserve water. We are doing something that is good. So these are things that I think need a fuller treatment and more time for those of us who are privileged to be in this place to ruminate on, as well as, I would say, those, when this bill, one assumes, is enacted and becomes legislation, for the public to have an understanding of as well. In particular, those people who are going to see this as an opportunity to do some things at home. We would want to, if people are paying attention in this way, but we would want to ensure that they are doing so safely. Mr. President, those are my few words, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Haynes. No more speakers. Senator Cummins. Senator Dr. Moroni.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me first start by thanking all of the members in this honorable chamber for their contributions. I believe that we've had a thoughtful discussion around this bill, and I take note of the sentiments in respect of the fact that the honorable chamber did have a short period of time for this amended version of the bill, and I do want to thank everyone again for rising to the occasion and for the contributions that were made. I do as well want to recognize all of the various government departments, entities, and ministers that would have worked assiduously in putting together the water reuse bill. This is no mean feat. As I would have said, Mr. President, this has been on the order paper for some time. There have been various iterations of it, and one of the reasons why it was not brought previously was, again, the need to make sure that there was careful consideration of the elements. And in particular, Mr. President, I want to identify the Deputy Prime Minister, the Honourable Cynthia Bradshaw, and all of her officials that would have been working assiduously for the Barbados Water Authority in terms of making the critical input. I want to as well recognize the Ministry of Environment, particularly EPD as well, which would have led the initial framework for the water reuse bill. And then, of course, the Ministry of Health, Senator Dr. Jerome Walker, who isn't here with us as he's on travel duty as well, also making critical inputs. So as I said, Mr. President, this has been a work in progress that we're working on cross-sectorally, and of course as well the AG's chambers, and very critical in terms of, again, working through all of the various ministries, different iterations to make sure that we had a bill that we could now reach to this particular point before us, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to start by saying to Senator Malalou that I was in no way diminishing or trivializing his comments. But I do recognize, and I hope that we would recognize, that this honorable chamber is one in which people pay attention to. And therefore, the extent to which we are able to make sure that we carefully craft and nuance the information and the sense that we are providing is extremely important. And it was therefore critical for me to be able to indicate that we needed to make sure that we nuance the conversation sufficiently, Mr. President. I also want to note Senator Malalu's caution to us in relation to overregulation. And I note as well that Senator Haywood said, we really needed to have a balance in terms of overregulation and underregulation. And that is important because the issue is important. The impact, the consequences is important. And how we are able then to have a process that is sufficiently nimble, flexible, and responsive, but also as well pay attention to the critical issues of health, as we would have heard again from Senator Dr. Charleston Brathwaite, and those implications is something that we have to be able to balance. And therefore, Mr. President, and as was also indicated as well by Senator Dr. Crystal Haynes, we will look forward then to making sure that as the regulations roll out, that then we can see the balance of the measures that would be in place to provide for the operationalization of this bill, striking that perfect balance that is needed. I want, Mr. President, in response to Senator Dr. Charleston Brathwaite, and Senator Dr. Charleston Brathwaite took us to page 21, section 24D. And there he cautioned us in respect of the uses of black water, and he indicated to us his concern in relation to the potential for health consequences. And my only response would be to say this is the reason why that this act is under the administration of the Ministry of Health. Because there is that significant recognition that of the implications, of the health implications. And we are seeking in the context of placing the administration of that, one, to signal to the society that we understand those implications and challenges, but as you said, that understand the Ministry of Health is therefore best placed to put the mitigation framework in place to address those challenges if they should arise. I also want, Mr. President, to respond to page 22, at page 2226.1. Again, Senator Dr. Charleston Brathwaite pointed us to at section 26D, and he was asking in relation to what is the difference between a contravention and an offense, because at page 24 you had an offense, at page 26, sorry, at section 26, we're now talking about administrative penalties for a contravention. And Mr. President, you can think of it in the context of minor and major incidences. If you look at 24, again, where we are talking about offense, 24, if you would recall, Senator Dr. Charleston Brathwaite through you, Mr. President, is really when we are talking about people using the permit in ways that will have direct public health consequences, right? So, for instance, if you are using a person who without a wastewater treatment permit sells or otherwise supplies reclaimed water, so that if it is you don't have a permit, it means that you are not being inspected, etc. That has grave implications, right? So that's a major offense, and that is why it is noted there. On the other hand, at 24, when we're talking about administrative now, that again is what you would call a minor offense, and that is where we're talking now, not necessarily in terms of an offense per se, but really in terms of a contravention, Mr. President. And I want as well to respond to Senator Dr. Charleston Brathwaite in his indication that there was a concern that in the payment of the penalty applied under section 21, under 21D again, that it says that it will be paid, I'm sorry? 26, sorry, I apologize, Mr. President. 26. A person who is in receipt of an administrative penalty notice shall pay the amount of the penalty to the minister. Mr. President, the term minister here, as in other legislation, refers to the office and not to the person. We will note, Mr. President, that at section 4, it indicates that the administration of the act, that the minister is responsible for the administration of this act. So the minister and the office of the minister, and if you look at other legislation, whether it is the Postmaster General, whether it is the Controller of Customs, if they are the person who has the responsibility for administering the act, the penalties and fees are paid to the office of that person. And so in this regard, it speaks to the office of the minister, who under the Act at 4 is responsible for the administration of this act. And again, the regulations will speak to a number of the questions that Senator Dr. Chelson Brathwaite raised in respect of understanding how receipts and redress, etc., will be handled within the context of the payment of this penalty, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wanted to as well speak to the concerns of Senator Dr. Christopher Maynard, and he was talking about the notion of energy in particular, and how we integrate energy and energy efficiency within the context of this notion of water reuse. And this, Mr. President, I want to say is something that we need to consider, and thank Senator Maynard for raising it because it is extremely critical. It allows us to think about the nuance, not just in terms of the water reuse, but also, again, like we were speaking about before, how do we kind of make sure that there is coherence in terms of our policy framework. So if we're talking about water reuse, then we also need to talk about the energy that is needed to be able to generate the process. And I do want to advise that there has been quite a bit of thinking about this as well. Already opportunities are being explored for the generation of the energy from the wastewater, specifically focused on anaerobic decomposition as one of the methods, or an integration of the solid components into incineration as well. We're also exploring, Mr. President, moving the power usage to a renewable energy base as well through the use of solar PV. And so that there has been some thinking, Mr. President, in respect of how we treat to the energy that needs to be able to go into the process, but also on the reverse side, that can also be harvested as well. I want to also as well thank Dr. Crystal Haynes for her contribution, and again, reinforcing the necessity for us to be able to make sure that we have a strong regulatory framework, and as well to make sure that we keep at the forefront those health considerations. And I want to indicate, Mr. President, all wastewater will be treated to the required standard. When I was speaking before, I would have indicated that we would have signed on to some specific protocols that establish standards for us to be able to use resources such as these. So even though we're talking about wastewater, all of the wastewater will be treated to a particular standard. And of course, what the legislation does is provide a framework for us to be able to monitor. And again, reiterating, this is exactly why the administration of this bill is within the context of the Ministry of Health and Wellness as well. In relation to Senator Hewitt's contribution, and I want to thank him thank him very much for the opportunities that he identified in relation to this bill and in relation to the water reuse sector. One of the challenges, Mr. President, that we have, again, is the involvement of the private sector. Yeah? And it is something, again, not just for Barbados, but certainly I've been involved in other conversations around the fact that we need to be able to find ways to incentivize the private sector to take hold of these opportunities, to see them as commercial opportunities as well, and that it can then spur other activities. Unfortunately for the private sector, again, particularly here in Barbados, because of the small market size, they don't necessarily see opportunities like these in the context of being able to have the wide profit margin that might be expected. But there are already areas where we are working with the private sector in terms of public-private partnerships in order as well to be able to foster their involvement, which is extremely critical as well. Mr. President, I want to say that in respect to Senator Dr. Christina Hines, that I fully understand and appreciate that there are questions that need to be answered, Mr. President. And two things. One, the intent in the context of this discussion about water reuse must be accompanied by a large strategic communications plan. And that is recognized, and the consultants have already been hired in order to be able to do so. The importance of this, Mr. President, we are not missing it. We're not missing it. But at the same time, we're not missing the fact that we need to bring the population along. Just as Senator Hayward reminded us that we need to make sure that the population understands the need to conserve, we understand that we need to bring the population into this strategy, into understand the importance of water reuse, into being able to understand what constitutes something that falls within the ambit of this particular bill and something that might be for personal use. And we are intended, Mr. President, to be able to do that, to make sure that that is comprehensive. And I want to say as well that it is not just for external stakeholders, when I say that external to government, public, etc. But that communications plan also has to extend to internal stakeholders as well. This is something that the government as a whole has to be able to grapple with and has to be able to understand so that there will be ongoing conversations. I remember, Mr. President, when we were doing the regulations for the Barbados Medicinal Cannabis Licensing Authority, that those regulations are provided for us to continue to have conversations with experts, continued for us to have conversations with various stakeholders. They were not done in a vacuum. And we are making, as a government, Mr. President, a commitment to continuing to have that engagement in terms of the communications, but also as well as we roll out the regulations. Because again, as Senator Dr. Christina Hines identified, this has serious implications for health, etc., as we've all discussed. So this is not something that we can take lightly within that context as well. I also wanted to respond again to some of the other questions that Senator Dr. Christina Hines raised, just in terms of the differences between the previous version that was shared in March and the version that we would have had now. Mr. President, as I said, this bill has gone through various iterations, and and that is a result of the conversations that has been happening across ministries. Yeah, and so we could have brought that earlier version that had all of the schedules, but then that would not have allowed for the continuation of the conversations that need to have at the technical level in the context of developing the regulations to determine what is the best kind of fees or fines that need to be applied, etc. So while we started there in that conversation about we can define the schedules, we're at the point of saying, let's, in the context of the regulations, allow for greater ventilation and then be able to see those areas be further elaborated. I also wanted to say as well that we started the conversation in which the Ministry of the Environment was leading, and that is a substantive change as well, seen to lead the process. But again, the conversations led us to the realization that this would perhaps be best placed within the context of the Ministry of Health Certainly, again, because of all that we've discussed here in terms of the health implications. So there have been some substantive changes, Mr. President, but we believe that those substantive changes rebound to the benefit of the strength of the bill before us, and again, will allow us to continue to be able to elaborate on the bill. Mr. President, I do beg that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I rise to advise that in the absence of the Deputy President, it is necessary for us to appoint a temporary Deputy President who can serve in the role of Chair of Committees. On that basis, I wish to recommend that Senator the Honourable Lindell Nurse be appointed as temporary Deputy President to serve as Chairman of Committee.
Are there any further nominations? In the absence thereof, Senator the Honourable Linda Nurse, you are hereby appointed as temporary Deputy President of the Senate. Thank you for agreeing to serve. Senator Cummings. Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honor do not leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honourable Senate resolve itself to committee for further consideration of this bill. Honourable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Senate is in committee.
Take the bill in parts.
Permission granted.
Part 1, clauses 1 through 4.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 1, clauses 1 to 4 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 1, clauses 1 to 4 stand part. Those honourable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 5 to 7.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 2, clauses 5 to 7 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 2, clauses 5 to 7 do stand part. Those honourable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 8 to 12.
Mr. Chair, I beg that Part 3, clauses 8 to 12 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 3, clauses 8 to 12 stand part. Those honourable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 13 to 15.
Mr. Chair, I beg that Part 4, clauses 13 to 15 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 4, Clauses 13 to 15 do stand part. Those honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 16 to 21.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 5, Clauses 16 to 21 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 5, Clauses 16 to 21 do stand part. Those honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 6, Clauses 22 to 28.
Mr. Chair, I beg that Part 6, Clauses 22 to 24, to 28 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 6, Clauses 22 to 28 stand part. Those honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The schedule.
Mr. Chair, I beg that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill, to the act. Those honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I beg that you report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee. Those honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Dr. Moroni.
Mr. President, I beg to move the passing, that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and be cited as the Water Reuse Act 2023.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Water Reuse Act 2023. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it. This bill is therefore passed and so cited. Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much. I know each time I stand, I have occasion to say thank you to the honorable members of the Senate. Mr. President, we have some.
We recommit private members' business.
Private members' business. Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move to give notice of a resolution, private members' resolution. Whereas, by proclamation dated 26 October 2020, Parliament was empowered to meet from 27 October 2020 with some members present in the chambers and others participating virtually for sundry reasons which necessitated amendments to the standing orders of the Honourable House of Assembly in particular. And whereas, at the commencement of the 2022 to 2027 session of Parliament, the House of Assembly adopted the standing orders of the previous session. And whereas it is desirable that the Senate should meet in the aforesaid hybrid format, thereby necessitating amendments to the standing orders. And whereas, in accordance with Standing Order 60 of the Honourable the Senate, this matter should be referred to the Standing Orders Committee for its consideration. Be it resolved that this House empower the Standing Orders Committee to consider the said amendments.
Closure of public business.
Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I do want to, on this occasion in particular, given the very last item which was on the order paper, which only came down from the other place overnight, to express the absolute appreciation of the government of Barbados to every member of this honourable chamber for their support and their collaboration today on each of these bills, but in particular, the very last bill on the water reuse. And it is again a commitment of the persons who have agreed to serve in this chamber that we come, we show up, we represent, even sometimes in less than ideal timelines than we would want, but we are always engaged and willing to put our best foot forward. I would be surprised, Mr. President, if many persons could, with very little time on their hands, have an opportunity, as was the case just now with Senator Dr. Christina Hines, identify the differences between a March bill and a May bill. So I commend you for always giving the Senate of your best. And so with these words, again, to thank everyone, the government side, the independent side, I beg to move that with the conclusion of government business for the day, that the Senate be adjourned sine die.
The question is that the Senate do now adjourn sine die. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Senate therefore now stands adjourned sine die.